Labrīt! Good morning, everyone. I think I will take off my mask for better speaking. Good morning in Baltic Drama Forum, here in Theatre House of Zirgu of Latvian Academy of Culture. I am glad to greet you here in person in a very, very limited number of people and virtually on our Facebook Live video broadcasting, where we are watched from different geographical locations in Latvia, primarily the Baltic states, Lithuania, Estonia, and worldwide, hopefully. Given the strange priority of remote communication today, I will permit myself to stick to the written texts and reading partially in order not to get lost in my running thoughts. Let me welcome all conference speakers of today and thank my team at Latvian Theatre Labour Association, our partners in Latvian Academy of Culture and supporters, the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Latvia, the Centenary Office, State Culture Capital Foundation, that despite the uneasy circumstances we experience today, we have managed to meet in presence or virtually, to see Latvian theatre productions, to share our doubts and dreams, and shape the future of theatre process. Baltic Drama Forum is the event that every third year gathers in Riga theatre critics, researchers, producers, journalists, and theatre makers from the Baltic states and other countries. Normally, it would bring to Latvian capital 40 to 60 people, larger delegations from Lithuania and Estonia, and several guests from Central and Western European countries, Russia, and other. Year 2020 has brought many challenges to people accustomed to free traveling, to mobility. Today, we are happy for the bravest part of Estonian delegation sitting here in the hall who dared to visit us, to join in conference discussions and showcase just few days before our country most probably, unfortunately, goes on quarantine due to the increasing rate of COVID-19 day by day. Today's conference, Theatre and New Technologies and Different Perspectives, is one of the most important forum events that allows sharing experience, the results of latest research, and exchange of information which is one of the most valuable assets regarding the ongoing processes in performing arts during the pandemic. I am also proud and happy that together with a team of most distinguished theatre critics of Latvia and theatre makers, we can present a theatre bookazine of last 10 years in Latvian theatre process in English in this forum later today. The electronic issue of the bookazine will be available to anyone able to read in English free of charge starting from next week. Please contact me personally and contact Theatre Labour Association of Latvia. Tomorrow, we will talk about the possible twists and turns in relationships between the theatre and audiences in next 100 years, closing the centenary of our countries in Baltics. Our guests attend the showcase of Latvian theatre productions, both selected nominees for the Performers' Night 2019-2020. They are seeing Latvian original drama productions and world classics of different times. One of them, as the courtesy of Latvian National Theatre, a 23-minute online production, A Story of Theatre Ghost called The White Lady, will be broadcasted here on Facebook page of Latvian Academy of Culture. Search for Latvijas Kultūras Akadēmija in Latvian tomorrow at 10 a.m. And hopefully, we will be also able to share with you the video recording of a unique performance of a new theatre company, Quadrifrons, that involved several regional amateur choirs. It's called The Country of Grandmothers and probably will be broadcasted at 7 p.m. tomorrow. The pandemic has taught us to take last-minute decisions and to set up pop-up solutions, as I call it. On the one hand, it has closed the usual door for a while, but opened different new opportunities. And here we come to technologies that form an integral part of today's communication process, and theater is definitely part of communication in arts. Being in charge of organization of the forum, I will not present a paper today that I normally would do. I will just extend my address to the topic of the day, theater and new technologies. And namely, as the title is, why do we have to deal with all this in performing arts? And critics of performing arts as well. I am not even trying to discuss the idea of using biorobots or artificial intelligence on stage, because I'm not an expert in this. I can amuse myself, for instance, with overlay app that makes the images move in printed books or posters. I enjoy the illusions of space and dynamics of video arts that transform the classical symbolist painting into animated story. But during the pandemic, the use of information and communication technologies from a necessity grew into new arsenal of means of expression in performing arts, new platforms of working together in virtual alternative presence. Technologies can open new horizons, but they also can let us down. Fingers crossed it doesn't happen today. Thank you, our technical team, by the way, who are in charge today. Probably it is the matter of digital competencies that our children are much more familiar using, for instance, TikTok on a daily basis and other things. I dare to say that people in performing arts who are not in new media feed or video arts, we can call us technologically vulnerable and being dependent on our personal digital skills. Slow connection, low battery, or insufficient mastery of doing things remotely is just one part of the challenges we face. Year 2020 is probably the strangest year in the world of theater in our century. The social distancing requirements closed all theaters and forced everyone to move on digital platforms. In Latvia, theater is an important part of cultural and social life. And therefore, theater makers looked for virtual alternatives, starting from very simple solutions as readings of, for instance, Giovanni Boccaccio Decameron and other literary texts online, and developing the world of digital online or pre-recorded theater productions. Let me guess that only few people from theater field have used Zoom, the application of video conferencing, before the pandemic. What made Zoom an interest for the investors was their video-first mentality. While other companies like Skype went audio first and then adjusted to video, Zoom was focusing on video conferencing from the very first day. Currently, Zoom has more than 300 million meeting participants daily. When people were sent to home and work from home took off, Zoom became a massive hit and a handy tool to keep going on. In Latvia, as in many countries, pandemic brought performing arts on online regime that has never happened before. Starting from public communication in social networks and ending up with the new types of productions. In March, first boom was the unprecedented activation of social accounts of theaters. They were filled up with videos of artists, actors, urging people to stay at home and showing what they are doing in the meantime, during the quarantine. There were podcasts discussing the future of performing arts. After first weeks of March, some stage directors moved to do the Zoom or Skype for remote rehearsing with actors. There were first attempts to adapt existing theater productions to online format in real time. The pioneer in Latvia was the small-scale production Ice Fishing by Gada Theatre in Liepāja that some of the Baltic Drama Forum participants might remember from 2017, performed at this venue here. The following was the adaptation of Tanya's Birthday by Martin Čeihe at Gertrūdas Street Theatre, adaptation of the performance to the web version. Originally, the performance imitates a birthday party, a birthday meal, singing songs, joining in conversations, etc. In the web version, the production resembles the causal relationship between Muhammad and the mountain, meaning if the audience doesn't go to the theater goes to the audience, inviting everybody to dress up, prepare a meal at home, and join in the device to celebrate Tanya's birthday. Viesturs Kairišs, the new artistic director of Daila Theatre, purposefully took the challenge to stage the first online theatre series of the play The Enthusiasts, Die Schwärmer, translated into Latvian as Jūsmotāji, by Austrian playwright Robert Musil. This was staged remotely with 7 actors using Skype, filming the result, and afterwards dividing the production into 15 to 20 minutes segments, and they are available on YouTube channel of the theatre. Technically, actors look into their web cameras and read their dialogues as if they were on stage and interacting with each other. The illusion of shared stage is achieved by the shared screen, while the audience is behind the traditional fourth wall in their devices, respectively. May opened a new page in Latvian theatre history with the first Zoom production, Iran Conference, written by Russian playwright Ivan Veripājev, staged in Zoom application by Elmars Senkos in cooperation with 11 actors from different Latvian theatres. In form of this conference, literally and paradoxically, it reflected the new type of communication among people during pandemic. Meanwhile, it brought back the text, the spoken word, as the primary element of theatre. This project wouldn't happen in normal circumstances, because all the involved actors are constantly busy in their theatre companies. In summer, Latvian National Theatre developed an e-theatre platform with the experimental project called White Cube, aimed to reach the audience on screen through pre-recorded online performances, and also introducing the Zoom version simultaneously with the on-stage performance, as in case of the production Margarete, our guests are going to see on Saturday in this showcase. There is a bunch of opportunities that technologies bring to performing arts, and there is also danger. In our conference, we look forward to discuss several perspectives brought in by our speakers. American writer Kevin Kelly, in his bestseller The Inevitable, describes 12 technological forces that will shape our future in next 30 years, starting from 2016 when he wrote the book. He argues that the best strategy is to understand and embrace the inevitable development of technologies that takes over the world. We have to accept, for instance, the state of continuous beginning, continuous innovations, and continuous state of newbies, as he writes, that need to upgrade constantly in order to go on. And we have to deal both with terminology and the phenomena the terms represent in performing arts, such as cognifying, flowing, screening, accessing, sharing, filtering, remixing, interacting, tracking, questioning, etc. The interaction of technologies brings in questions of proportion of live and mediatized theatre. After all, what is live if everything is engineered anyway? Alvis Hermans, the well-known Latvian stage director, said that it seems that in the future, theatre and the physical presence will become even more important than it had been until now. And the use of video in theatre plays would be regarded as tasteless, to say at least, or even tactless. Theatre could become like a zoo where the public will come to take a look at live, real human beings. I have to admit that I feel a bit confused of splitting attention constantly between people sitting here in the room and camera over there. and camera that brings my speech to remote audience on Facebook. But it is the new reality in the given circumstances. Let me wish you a nice day, a nice conference, and I am sure that our being together in presence or virtually will bring some new thoughts and reflections to everyone being with us today. I counted that I have used the word pandemic 7 times in my text. Sorry for that. Have a nice conference. And now I will pass the floor to the first speaker of our conference, Dārta Ceriņa, who is representing the Baltic dimension, belonging to Latvian Academy of Culture and University of Tartu at the same time. And her topic today is Cancel and Enter, the Semiotization of the Virus. Welcome.
Dear all, good morning. I'm actually very thrilled to see you all here, and many thanks, Lama, for your introduction, and I wanted to express gratitude to you and the rest of the team for organizing the forum. So I'm still kind of puzzled why I'm the first speaker for the forum. Well, my proposition, and I assume that I should give a soil of what happened during last months in the Latvian performing arts and theater field, and also tackle the idea of habituization and doing things the exact way that we have used to do them. So for today, as Lama introduced, my topic will be the question of canceling and entering new areas, especially during the pandemics. To start with, semiotizing the impact of the virus, my report focuses on various strategies in the Latvian performing arts landscape, mostly decentralization, ideological symptoms, and reactions to pandemic constraints. Physical and social distancing has led to a search offering 3 distinct vectors: reclaiming the streets, meeting on the screen, creating a promise of close-up intimacy, and avoidance. Most of the performances that will be mentioned or analyzed very briefly has been produced or altered as invariant of pre-existing ones over the time of the March, when the presence and direct physical contact was facing the cancel and cancellation of culturally oriented gatherings, until August, when the physical presence was constrained and controlled. When we apply semiotic perspective to COVID-19, we can claim that the virus itself is a temporary short-living sign, as it is claimed by Kalevi Kul, the eminent biosemioticien from the semiotics department of the University of Tartu in Estonia. I'm quoting him. "We can agree that the virus is not only a signal for a cell to do something differently, but the virus can itself also be the agent that causes something different to happen within the cell." He stated in the late June this year. He concluded by saying that we can make 3 fundamental conclusions about the semiotics of viruses. Firstly, behavior of viruses may be habit-based. Secondly, habits that appear in the behavior of viruses can be instances of semiosis, of the meaning-making and the life processes themselves. Thirdly and finally, viruses, when in a cell, may participate in process of semiosis. By semiosis here, which I need to also explain, is understood the key term for general semiotics, which was introduced in 1907 by Charles Sanders Peirce, proposing, and I'm quoting, an action or influence which is or involves a corporation of 3 subjects, such as sign, its object, and its interpretant. This relative influence not having and being in any way resolvable in actions between pairs. In other words, a process of semiosis begins with a sign, which represents any object, an object. By doing so, it creates an interpretant it exerts a semiotic influence with a specific semiotic effect. In this process, signs spread with a semiotic agency in which they pursue a semiotic purpose. The purpose of a symbol, for example here a virus at least, is to spread, to multiply in the form of other symbols. A symbol that does not spread dies from obsolescence, lack of use, or intelligibility. In this sense, symbols pursue final causes. They want just to be understood. Just to give you an example how does the meaning conveying operates within the performing arts, I will connect Kuhl's claim with my personal recollection of memories. In the late days of June, I pressed enter for the Zoom version of Tanya's birthday web version, which was a co-production between Teātris, the Street Theater here in Riga, and Volksbühne Theater in Berlin. This was one of the final altered Latvian theater pieces online when the pandemic reality was much different than now. A year or more ago, I went to see the exact performance being present at the theater, at Teātris Street Theater. And during the performance, my companion was my sister. And here's a photo of my sister. And in the bag, you will see that she got the chicken, which she won during one of the performative micro battles during the production. The original performance, Tanya's Birthday, directed by Martin Čeihem, offers condensed performativity of social memory, whereas the relatives of non-present Tanya, and at the same time she's always omnipresent because everyone who's performing the role of her relative are mentioning her. They're mostly during the performance, the biggest issue is the historic memory. And over the time, certain ideological, political, and moral stances are tackled, aiming at the fractured and bilingual communities of Latvia, between Russians and Latvians, between citizens and residents that do not have citizenship. Each spectator is invited to become a guest at the birthday party, sitting at a common table, where the set has recognizable aesthetics of sovka and food repertoire of common sense. For example, Russell, crumbly fortified drink, rye bread slices, and herring. Signs of wholeness despite the mnemonic ramifications, yet even the mentioned chicken and the battle of ripping it into halves offer a side view on the combat of memories. The dramaturgy mostly consists of a series and sets of stage toasts, provoking the audience to take a certain position. For example, what could you answer to the question when the Second World War ended, whether it ended on the May 8th or the 9th, or any given historical event, and the interpretation which creates interpersonal intensification. As the author of this performance's concept, culture theoretician Dennis Hanaus claimed in an interview in 2019, referring to Aleida Asman, that the hierarchy of memory is unproductive due to the matter that those who cannot see themselves within the memory narratives cannot identify with a highly organized structure, here with a national identity which is rooted in the past and shaped by historical narratives. In the interview, which has a significant, meaningful title, The Logic of Our Pain, Mūsu sāpju loģika, Hanaus said that there lies a grand lack of pluralism in terms of the historic interpretation and the importance of doubt as connection, bound, and linkage. Figuratively speaking, there should be tearing of the chicken, the revision of a memory where the past operates as a stage of multiple modes of performances. Preserving memory, in a broader sense, is at the heart of the whole culture, as it is emphasized by the key figure of the Tartu Moscow School, Yuri Lotman. For its generating and developing mechanism, he offers a model for auto-communication. The paradox, as Lotman explains, is in its structure, in self-communication, that plays a central role in cultural self-regulation and self-knowledge. In this model of cultural semiotics, auto-communication has two main functions. First and foremost, the creation of new information, and secondly, the mnemonic or memory constitution. In turn, the I, other, I, she, he models work in the direction from others to others. They have spatial quality. As we know, memory is not a passive and comprehensive record of our lives, but a selective system that structures and preserves some texts or experiences, but not all of them. Lotman offers another model, which is basically, I would say, at the very heart of my presentation, speaking about doing things as we used to do them. He offers semiosphere, a conceptual theory and organized space in which meanings are generated. Looking at the conceptual metaphor of Lotman, the semiotician Winfried North points to the topographic dimension and its vocabulary. It consists of centers, peripheries, interior and exterior, as well as the essential concept of boundary and bilingual filters. On the other hand, in the words of Lotman, I'm quoting, the semiosphere is the result and the condition of the cultural development. Coming back to this year and web version of Tanya's birthday, there we were at the end of June in a mediated way as spectators. We had non-tactile toasts, which we shared on the screen, and some attributes of festivity. The format of the performance replicated our then used way of communicating via virtual meeting platforms, in this case Zoom, yet offering the participatory mode. Decentralized existences that are connected together. They are centered directly through live broadcast. We are sharing the same pixels, as if we are sharing the same problems. The highly coded and symbolic Turing of the chicken this time involves reflections upon the Berlin Wall and the Baltic Way, or the Baltic Chain, which was a peaceful political demonstration that occurred on the 23rd of August in 1989. Paradoxically, and this is my personal conclusion, that intentionally the contrast between the format of performance being remote while being connected virtually without any physical involvement and the actual around 2 million human chain of which we have memories or which has been constituted by nation-building narrative or narratives. This leads back to the debatable semiosis of COVID-19 virus. It can only enter when the habit-based behavior occurs. Here I'm quoting Kuhl once again. Thus, we can agree that the virus is not only a signal for a cell to do something differently, but the virus can itself also be the agent that causes something different to happen within the cell, Kuhl argues. He adds that the question concerning the problem of relationship between interpretation and habit appears here. Interpretation is a unique decision. Habit is a decision that has no uniqueness, a process that is the same as time goes on. I'm ending the quote. This thesis about the uniqueness of the activity directly illuminates the common problems in the Latvian performing arts landscape, if we want, in the Latvian performing arts or spectacular arts semiosphere. To illustrate the importance of situation interpretation and the reaction to the centralization of the virus in the theater and performing arts field, reference should be made to this year's International New Theater Festival Homo Novus and the position that its director Gunda Galaiviņa took when she wrote in the essay, "Attention as a Form of Ethics," and I'm quoting, we reclaim time and space as two core elements of performance, avoiding online shows and events. In contemporary theater, co-creation is another essential aspect, be it before, during, or after the show. Therefore, all festival works encourage to not only activate the brain and the heart, but also the body. As Congolese choreographer Faustin Linjakula has said, "No knowledge system is complete until it passes through my body." I'm ending the quote. Indeed, the decision to allow the festival Homo Novus to take place in a non-mediate manner, namely by declaring streets of Riga and Cēsis as stages and in a way offering democratization of theater institutions, as well as the process of creating one's own work, was the end of the first wave of Latvian COVID-19 and in a way introduction to the second wave, taking into account morbidity. The main aim was tackling the common habits. It was the festival itself tried to stand against non-bodily experiences and online or streaming experiences, against cultural elitism, offering free of charge entrance to all performances at that time when repertoire theaters were facing difficult circumstances. And that time they were forced to minimize the capacity of audience and to raise the ticket prices. It is crucial to note that the Homo Novus took place from August 28th until September 10th, when public gathering restrictions were such as a pre-auction no more than 1,000 people will be able to gather indoors for future events and not less than 3 square meter area of the event or place of economic services provided for one person in the room. The example of Homo Novus fits into the reclamation of streets. A similar encouragement was made by Swiss-born director Milo Rau in this spring as a reaction that things can be done the same way as they were. The Homo Novus opened with the Question Project by Me M2, a Chilean interdisciplinary collective based in Santiago, offering to publicly share questions, concerns, fears, humorous and provocative thoughts, and especially it was publicly displayed. Either the performance or installation was located next to the National Opera, either in suburbs of Riga, or either at the beach, at the market of Agenskans, and many other places. The Question Project, much more like a quest encompassing meta-narrative quality amid the COVID-19 time, became the visual identity of the festival. What will you do differently? Was asked in a way corresponding to the remark made by biosemioticien Kuhl when he added semiotic dimension to the nature of the virus. The virus spreads when we are habit-orientated, and it naturally reflects our habits. It does not have a biological or vehicle-type body, but it requires one as soon as we base our interpretations and observations on habits. The answer, just to combining everything that was previously mentioned, is the decentralization, just going away from habituization, in a way getting away from pre-existing modes. Without any misunderstanding, my goal here is not to indicate right or wrong behavior, that is interpretation during the pandemic, but to methodically analyze the reactions of the field when our past behavior was cancelled. Significantly, the centralization, here are some more pictures from the Question Project. Significantly, decentralization took place in the local performing arts and theater environment before the COVID-19 virus. Various structural changes in the last few years, mainly due to or related to the repertoire model, as well as the changing attitude towards repertoire building policies. How to explain these dynamic processes? How to explain the semiotization of the virus? For the analysis, the most suitable model is the semiosphere, which is the most compact one, actually. The wholeness of the Latvian performing arts and theater, like any other theater ecosystem, can be seen in parallel with the conceptual theory by Lotman, especially analyzing changes in the direction from the periphery to the center and vice versa. Here I'm quoting: "The mechanism of memory occurs not only in individual semiotic substructures, but also in the semiosphere as a whole. Despite the fact that we are immersed in the semiosphere, it can nevertheless establish itself as a chaotic, irregular object, a collection of autonomous elements. It follows, however, that the presence of internally regulated, functionally connected parts can be assumed, the dynamic relationship of which establishes each behavior." Lotman wrote in the emblematic article on the semiosphere in 1984. In actual fact, how was the pandemic affected the centralization within the theater landscape and the habit orientation which highlighted itself amid the pandemic months, especially speaking about the structural issues and matters? When decentralized ones act centrally, but centralized ones do not deviate from the center. I do not deny and do not doubt that there should be cultivated diversity, reciprocity, and symbiosis. I actually stand for it. But at the institutional or even institutionalized artistic level, we cannot talk about diversity because so-called state and no state funded theaters, companies and troupes are interconnected via the model of repertoire. True, there are ideological and programmatic differences as well as subordinates of lifestyle and social identities, but basically it is the same species with a similar mode of existence. This all leads to the habituation of the repertoire theater, a permanent building, usually with several stages, one artistic director, increasing rarity, and the permanent ensemble of actors. The repertoire includes several performances that are played for at least one season, with a different performance each evening. The concept of the theater repertoire can be seen as a closed system. Theater semiotician Ellen Clare explains the general or meta-systematic in theater using Umberto Eco's code and system theory. It is a system with a specific repertoire of signs and signals with internal syntactic legitimacy in determining their selection and combination. This selection and combination allows work of a more experimental nature to be created and coexist, which are financially offset by entertainment or large-scale stage works. Conversely, the same can be said about artistic coexistence, regrouping of audiences and staff. During first pandemic months, this model showed signs of attempting to be self-sufficient. It all started in mid-March with online readings of Giovanni Boccaccio's The Decameron, a self-referential and even a metatextual literary work at that time. Two theater companies, New Riga Theater and Quadriphones, which are operating in repertoire modality, offered their versions of contemporary readings. In the case of New Riga Theater, it was started by actor Gundars Āboliņš, and later other actors of the theater offered their readings to different, literary pieces. The recorded readings and the sessions were named as home readings by the New Riga Theater. But speaking about the latter company, Quadriphones, the reading of Boccaccio's work were not only made by actors or troupe members, but also they were giving possibility to their relatives, to their former teachers or friends, and many others to do it so. Soon many video documentations of play readings, and there was this emphasis of the spoken word and even the oral tradition was offered and evolved into Zoom, Skype, or call it as you like, performances. Some of them were recorded, some of them partially interactive, and some of them were live streamed. Recently, the wholeness of digital productions was recognized by the National Theatre Award Performance Nights, Spēlmeņu nakts, by giving a category entitled Event in the Digital Environment of the Year, Gada notikums digitālajā vidē, with 5 nominees. Namely, the title itself included the word event, showing yet still our lack of language and the register of language, even how to describe these novel productions. However, the common acceptance and the discourse allows to see those artworks as a part of theater landscape. Among the nominees, only one production, e-theater project White Cube, Baltais Kubs, which was made by directors Ināra Slūcka, Valters Sīls, Inters Rešetins, is represented by the so-called state theater, in this case the National Theater. The rest of 4, LKA Teātris with production Pata Koļako, director Mārtiņš Kalita, is a municipality-funded theater, and previously mentioned Quadriphones is so-called non-state theater company. The production was entitled Song of Roland, which was nominated for the National Theatre Award. And the authors was the whole creative collective of the piece. And independent theater company Perforācija, online production, which is entitled Volume 1, Antiņš, which was directed by Beatrice Zaķe and Pamela Butāna, as well as the independent online piece Iron Conference, which was mentioned by Lauma, by director Elmārs Seņkovs, which rarely among Zoom productions offered semantically precise format, whilst being based on the play by Ivan Virpayev. Whether is it possible for Western culture to understand Eastern cultures and vice versa? Does the concept of freedom mean the same to Easterners as it does to us? Is freedom an objective or a subjective concept at all? Those were a few key questions that were confronting the spectator while watching the performative conference that took place in the interface of actual virtual conference. In the play, the events are taking place in Denmark. One of the most significant aspects of this example is that Senkos gathered in this project 11 actors from various Latvian theaters. The cast played different participants of the conference, either Danish professor, political scientists, philosophers, theologians, and other activists, as well as Iranian poet, Nobel Prize winner in literature. Here the previously highlighted chicken, as you can remember from Tanya's birthday, and its tearing apart, is embodied as a polemical and dialogue monologue-based drama, which is fulfilled of ideas. In the same manner, respectively, as in Tanya's birthday, here actors, while playing certain characters, are arguing about the ideas and expressing their doubts. At the same time, the whole concept and direction, gathering actors that are representing different theaters and their artistic identities and approaches, leads to the notion of decentralization. Here we have to navigate through the cartography of the timeline. The following passages look at the changes and shifts in local performing arts since the end of 2017, which I pick out as a reference point when a certain attitude towards the center, if we call the wholeness of the Latvian theater landscape as semiosphere, which is core kind of properties, which are known as state theaters, and those who are not funded by the state or aren't regulated directly by the Ministry of Culture could be called as somewhat belonging to the periphery. In 2017, the most significant changes took place. This reference point has been chosen because the long-standing paradigm of the actor's employment and institutional affiliation, or so-called professional realization, identity of belonging either to the branch of state or non-state, where the mobility have changed, with staff artists often playing in other theaters or project-type stage works. The direction of change has also been with a pronounced regularity. In the autumn of 2017, the newly established theater company, Quadrifons, was located in the Riga Circus. That year, the artistic director and director of the New Riga Theater, Alvis Hermans, initiated the transformation of the staff troupe, starting the theater season in the former tobacco factory and relocating 6 actors of the troupe. Here is actually the photo of the actual building where the New Riga Theater is based at this moment. And there is a great, even kind of load of symbolicity within, particularly when the theater and theater makers are existing in the former factory. And mostly, I don't know what is happening in the public kind of discourse in Lithuania or Estonia, but in most cases, theater makers here are referring to the regime of producing more and more performances as factory makers. So this is, in a way, implication of that. So by going to the tobacco factory, Alvis Hermans also relocated 6 actors of the troupe. A year later, a course of New Riga Theater actors took place at the Latvian Academy of Culture, and Hermans has repeatedly stated in the public space that he will focus more consistently on staging performances in Latvia. Also worth mentioning the changes in the Daila Theater, the largest repertoire theater. Last autumn, the actors of the Daila Theater expressed claims against the artistic director, J.J. Gillingers of the theater, and it had consequences. So J.J. Gillingers left the position of the artistic director of the theater. And followed in November by the competition for the position of theater director, and in this year, in January, Juris Žagars was chosen as director of the theater, but the film and theater director, Viesturs Kaiža, became the artistic director. The case of Dial Theater can be seen as an empirical test for the repertoire theater system. Moreover, Kaiža at the same time mentioned in the public that there are no plans to reform the structure of the theater itself, where the big hall with 1,000 spectator seats for the director, as he was said, claimed at that time, was a challenge and a proof of his abilities in the specific modality as a very something challenging. Meantime, J.J. Dillinger's precedent became a signal of the threat to the existence of the position of artistic director of repertoire theater, which Alvs Hermans commented on in the public letter, "The theater is not Rimčiks." So I assume you also have in Estonian, Lithuania, Rimi, which is a food market chain. And here I'm quoting what Alvs Hermans wrote. "All Latvian theaters which are run by directors are gradually becoming more and more similar to each other. The same directors, the same messages. Actors adapt to this production flow and also become arithmetic actors, standard actors," wrote Hermans. At the same time, during the lockdown, Hermans came up with the initiative to shoot a series with actors and technical resources from the New Riga Theater, attracting as co-authors of the script Jānis Jevsejevas, who previously worked in the advertisement industry, and the actors in New Riga Theater. And the idea of Hermans was announced as a multi-series feature, much more like TV series, but there the authors are naming as a cinema or as a film agency directed by Mārtiņš Grauds, which will be available online from November 27th this year. Here I'm quoting, "At the heart of the story, this is an advertising agency, a classic office where professionalism meets fatigue, romance and existential confusion," end of quote, is written in the theater homepage. Simultaneously, this attempt to create original content in the area of online audiovisual consumption reflects about the mercantilization of the creative processes, whilst allowing the theater itself reflect exclusively about itself and its problems. In a way, the gaze of the series is linked to the actual situation, while at the same time, it allows to reflect about theater and possibility for the TV series to becoming a meta-narrative or even metafiction. There have been several cases within the field which have emerged in recent months and can be seen as a response to the standardization and mercantilization of the creation of performances or works of art. Timeline of decentralization. At the beginning of this year, Elmar Senkos and his colleagues founded the theater company Esarte without a definite room or actual building as standing against the repertoire theater model. And at the end of January this year, a Villa Theater was based in the von Stritska Villa in Riga. And the project Fresh by Viesturs Meikšāns, Monika Pormela, Neverts Melnāks was announced. However, still this moment, there aren't any kind of performances presented. Longer standing formations should also be added, which mostly belong to the peripheral side of Semiosphere. The Dirty Deal Teātru, the Jethro the Street Theater in Riga, as well as Gada Theater in Liepāja and the Joriks Theater in Rēzekne. As listed above, changes or dynamic movements in the world of theater art have been initiated, if desired, directed by directors themselves, clearly expressing their attitude towards the model of repertoire theater. This list seems symbolic of the closure of the Theater Skatuve era, an independent theater founded in 1991 by Anna Eizvērtiņa for many years, which was described in the comments of the industry as, and I'm quoting, "a symptom of larger problem in the cultural funding model. It is significant that this theater did not have a permanent troupe or staff of artists who showed the symptoms of the Latvian modern theater model. A specific building here should be mentioned, non-reviewal of the contract with the Riga house manager for renting premises. Regularity and planning pragmatics, fixed artistic and staff resources. In fact, a theater with repertoire parameters is not a repertoire theater in this case. How to explain these changes? The semiotics of theater and performances primarily interests in the art texts themselves, often looking at them in isolation from the formation, context, and institutional affiliation of the artistic collective. They are perfectly explained by Lotman's concept of the semiosphere, which is described in more detail in the Russian for the first time in Science System Studies. It reflects the transition of the Tartu Moscow school from structuralism and formalism to a post-structural paradigm, as well as the time in the 1980s, leading scholars and critics of cultural theory who declared a spatial turn in literary, social, and cultural research. It will be necessary to clarify that the semiosphere is a conceptual metaphor. It topographically explains the internal dynamics of culture and the processes driven by previously mentioned semiosis, or the dynamics of the emergence of meaning. Here I'm quoting, "Without a semiosphere, language not only cannot function, but it does not exist. The division of the nucleus and periphery is the law of the internal organization of the semiosphere," Lotman wrote. "There is a boundary between the semiosphere and the non- or additional semiotic space that surrounds it. The semiotic boundary represented by the sum of the bilingual translation filters through which the text is translated into another language or languages remains placed outside the existing semiosphere. However, it all happens in line with and in relation to the central core. We consider the largest of the repertoire theaters, New Riga Theatre and Dailės Theatre, as the only theaters in the Latvian theater scenery where positions of artistic directors have been preserved and kept alive. From a structural point of view, the institutions represented by director of Dailės Theatre, Juris Žagars, and artistic director Viesturs Kairis, and the artistic director of New Riga Theatre, Alvs Hermans, are a manifestation of the intersection of repertoire theatres and authors' theatres. However, the modern conservatism as an avant-garde, called by the artistic director of New Riga Theatre a couple of years ago, and its adaptation to the director's capitalism, signaled by a decision to arrange the New Riga Theatre troupe and create new acting course at creating a value system and not losing values per se. In case of Dailės Theatre, during the April, theatre offered video documentation of the play The Enthusiasts by Robert Musil. The production, which was directed by Viesturs Kairis, still is available without any charge on YouTube. Remaining the aesthetics of online gathering in Enthusiasts, several actors from Dailės Theatre were given task of role readings while interacting with each other via screen, FaceTime if you like. However, continuing Lotman's ideological framework, due to these dynamics, the movement from the center to the periphery and vice versa cause any changes in the structure of local theater at the macro level, and can they be little defined as changes? However, before turning to the movement from the center of semiosis to the periphery, it will be necessary to look at the phenomena of artistic gentrification, which is often found in Latvian and assume in Lithuanian and Estonian theater as well. In other words, the movement from the periphery to the center, when specific artists, their groups of performances are translated as understandable, therefore accepted in repertoire theaters. So I assume I'm running out of time. Yes.
We are not running out of time, but you would have to finish. I will explain why we are not running out of time afterwards.
Okay. So I would like to conclude, or just to start to conclude my speech about one article actually by Teātris, which was published 2 decades ago, which basically reflects about the same matters and problems that I was addressing in my speech. So I'm quoting by Teātris. The only conclusion: so the system cannot be broken in Latvia. The causes of failure are not analyzed. Management errors, short-sighted planning, and the impossibility of breaking a single theater. She concludes in the article as follows: sooner or later, at least in the life of Riga theaters, 1 or 2 alternative models will also emerge. Only when and to what extent will the Ministry of Culture and the Riga City Council be involved in the creation of these theaters? Repertoire theater cannot be the only core of the semiosphere. There must be other centers and primary points of semiosis, different results for equal probability. The question remains the same as it 20 years ago. Can we think outside the theater repertoire? Can we think outside the habit and the familiar, especially during the pandemic? As Kuhl said in June, here I'm quoting, "The feature that currently attracts the attention of many people with respect to viruses is not at all semiosis. It is rather the autocalytic outbreak. Since they induce their own reproduction, it is easily possible that viruses get out of control. This may be due to changed conditions. However, sometimes, I expect rather seldom, this may also be due to semiosis, namely when viruses learn something new." End of quote. Now, and I'm finally finishing, please enter. If we are speaking about the theater field, if you want to talk about the theater and performing arts field, which narratives of actions cannot be identified as habits and generate novel semiosis? Thank you.
Thank you, Darta. It was brilliant. You were asking why are you the first speaker of the conference.
Yeah, and here I dropped the
unfortunately,
mask.
we couldn't invite any other keynote this time due to the pandemics, and I think you gave us a brilliant overview and relation between the semiotic theory of semiosphere and the reality of Latvian theater today. And I think, since you brought many examples, I think that your paper gives us the opportunity to reflect and to relate the theory with practice, which is not very common outside the academic circles. And about the running out of time, I did let Darta be longer because unfortunately Andrius Jevsejevas from Lithuania is not presenting his paper Theatre of Loneliness, Challenges of Establishing Theatrical Communication in Mediatized Space today. He wrote me an email yesterday that he experienced some health issues and we wish him a fast recovery, and that's why we didn't change our schedule, and our two presentations of the first session of the conference will be for a few minutes longer than planned. Our aim in this conference is to bring together theater makers and theoreticians. Darta just brilliantly related theory to practical examples from Latvian recent productions. But now, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
If anyone, I know that we have Tartu University present in the audience. If anyone has any comment to this presentation, or better we postpone it after the next presentation, the session of questions and answers, yes? Okay, so we do it after the next presentation. Thank you for a while, Darta.
Thank you.
And now I will invite for the presentation the theater maker. Not the theater theoretician, but a theater maker. It's a video artist, Ineta Sipanova, who's a visual artist. She's a graduate and now teaches at the Latvian Academy of Arts. And she's a graphic artist, has worked with a distinguished Latvian scenographer, Andris Freibergs. She has worked with many opera productions, also together with stage director Alvis Hermanis in Latvia and abroad. Her work is Il Trovatore in Salzburg Festspiele. Her work is Così fan tutte in Berlin. Her work is Janufa in La Monnaie, Brussels, and many other examples in European theater. Normally, artists often are afraid to speak and to share their experience. Since Ineta works as well in the Academy of Arts, I dare to ask her to participate in this conference and to share her experience, to share some of her works, and to relate all this to the stage practice. And her topic today is how not to kill actors on stage. Welcome.
Hello to everybody. Yesterday I sit and a very long time to thought about because with this pandemic and all these changes in complete theater life, you don't know it will be like classic theater where there's audience and somebody on stage, or it will be just on screen, where my profession, like video artist, is out of, because screen is screen, and you can't show projections so good on screen. And then I decide anyway to talk about some kind very long time ago done productions, but in these productions I get like fantastic experience about how actor and projections and all these charisma things is very important, and not to be intensive in the same time on the stage. Okay, I tell about two works. One is okay. One moment, we need to check why it's not picture. It's just a bit because I'm teacher. I'm a bit sometimes like to see in theater because somebody thinks that projections is just in 20th century, but I would like to tell that first projections was much more before. Nākamais rādās. Vienkārši izslēdzam. Okay, till small mistake. Like always, technique 1-0 is gone, and 1-0 is gone, and the show is not going on. Till that I could tell.
We are currently dealing with a digital solution, right, on spot. Do we have video there?
Yes.
So we are waiting for our technical support. Sorry for waiting. It happens. We are technologically vulnerable, everybody of us. Yeah. So we've got the picture.
I just wanted to remind that the projection started much more before than we thought. And it is 1962 when one scientist, Pepper, did a game with a glass, and the projector just leans, and it was lighted with a fire lamp, with a candle. And this is like history of projections. And till that time, full time, we thinking about how to balance singer and picture. This is like a small entrance for this work. It was a comic shop, director is Alf Hermanis, and we did a restore office where Kosi von Tute is happening, and here is a two couple who are changing, who are working on restoration job, and they are become in love with those pictures what they are restoring. It's like game between job and okay, there's main actor. And here is like my in this screen, who is not so big, but same time is quite active. In this play, I worked with factures. Factors and fragments from the pictures. You can bit enjoy to understand how it's working. They're changing now dress and becoming like in Rococo style ladies. It was like a concept of Alvis that at first they are nowadays, and then slowly in thoughts to restorations they are going into Rococo style. And what I did for this play, conceptually I cut small parts of fragments of paintings to get a bit of sense on screen, and a bit of get to this is a fragment where singer singing when her love is boyfriend is gone, and she is like emotional. Okay, and actors are here. These two guys who are like made like a type of the same what they are restoring, these girls. Okay, I'm a bit confused. It is not going so well, but okay. And when I put these small different pictures, and I always ask that the main problem on these scenes is that when opera singers is singing about love, they can't be so good actors, and sometimes like partly one part of audience who is not music specialist, they become bored, and then we decide to try to cut out most erotic parts and like bit add for this small singer like atmosphere what is not too easy to show with such big dress. And here was a very interesting situation that I did for the first rehearsal, very active and very pictures, and first cast singer, there was two casts because always somebody is replacing and they making rehearsal for two casts, and it was interesting that this erotic part, when singing first singer, it start to disturb. And you understand that this charisma and energy of this girl was so powerful that in one moment we start to like a bit of fight on stage, and it's becoming a big smash. And with other cast girl who is not singing so emotionally and charismatic, it's become like balanced. And it was the first time for me, like when I was young, that I never saw this situation, that it's very interesting. I need to do two different videos, one for one girl and one for other girl. And then this is how I like get this first experience and ask questions quite a lot about this kind of very professionally narrow thing. Here is one more like part about these two boyfriends who is now changing, and then one tried to explain for others that his girl is very light and she fell in love with everybody and she can change quite quickly. very classic towards previous. Okay, allowed to. And this paint I try to show with a painting which is becoming crackle. It's breaking. I made a copy of painting and then I technically take video of how it's breaking with a special chemical. Okay, I'm jumping further. It's like a bit of giving this feeling. And here was this scene where what was a completely like changed for these two singers. And I don't have this fragment of this other singer. This was a singer who sings not so good. And then I needed to put anyway these pictures, but for other singer it was just one picture. Yeah, and for me, like for professional, this kind of being in the internet, it's always a bit of confusing because anyway, these big pictures in small screens look very tiny ones and no this emotional feelings. So okay, but anyway, topic I explain. We're going further. Oh, he's jumping. And now the second interesting situation was on this Cosi Fontute when was opening. On opening arrived one journalist, then we start a bit of talk, and he told me for me one compliment, which was like two is left for me very big influence. It was he told that he was just now on general rehearsal of Peter Greenway, and he told that he put on his opera, because I worked in Komisch Opera and Peter Greenway in Berlin Opera, and he used his movie Book of the Pillow fragments from this movie, and they were so active that you can't see singers, and it was like two things which completely changed my attitude towards picture, how it's work on stage. And I chose two works today. One was this opera, another is theater production. And this theater production was in Moscow, Mayakovsky Theater, and we did together with Gins Gabrāns, who is scenographer and like main idea to about this magnetic resonance scanning for this family. I don't know, maybe in audience don't know topic, but here is a short. If he tells it, it's one family is arriving for funerals of father, and then come out all these problems of each. They never, very long time don't met and live away. Children live away, and then come to this mother, and slowly coming out this family conflict. And we decide to do, because this too is talking about this kind of technologies nowadays, how we look, how we can put in this scanner human body and cut in small slices and check each size of different organs. And this is something what we did on stage bit, director analyzing family, but we decided to do full 3D model for this house, what was written in scenario, and we perfectly organized these movements of actors, and we did a house and cut this 15 meters house by 1 centimeter, and then you can move through house like going from one wall, front wall, to the back wall. And it's like V-ray scanner. And yeah, we quite a lot to spend talking about this, or how to move. And then we did a stage. Okay, on the play we will see. And it's going to the last wall, through all bathrooms, and checking what's happening under the roof. Stage construction was very, very simple. There was 2 parts who are moving, these second floor parts, and inside here is moving. Okay, and there is the first slide where you can see how actors behaving and living on this stage. This is one of the first daughters arrived, and then mother crying, and like for the situation when father is disappeared and left her with one Indian lady who is taking care about house. But in fundamentally, this lady is addict of narcotics and pills. And here for me were instincts that all actors is living in the picture. On stage is real, just sofa, table, and this kitchen table, and second floor is just one chair. Other things, everything is screen.
Да, думаю, что он будет много травки здоровых. Ты что слушаешь Ника Кейва? А что? Он мне нравится? Я еще не такая старая.
And now we will go to, she will change outside to inside. Just game between these streets. Okay, and this is like how we. Opa, maybe jumping back. Okay, there is some more scenes how we managed to make scenes in under the roof, this small space where living Indian lady. We just go down with one floor, and this is a funeral day where all family is gathering together. And all these things at the same time, we are scanning this house, and at the same time, actors is scanning those, like thinking about these problems. What is having this? Opa. Okay. This is a bit how we play with the situation when the when one of the family men are smoking grass with a small girl, and how to get atmosphere of this feeling in the same like style and at the same time conceptually about this kind of technology and scanner and okay, we are jumping a bit further. And anyway, in this game we end up in one situation that we understand that private things and very like big low things, all these nice pictures, books and all these virus is disturbing. And then we decide to take away for this very, very personal part. And this is what I wanted to tell in this my topic, that okay, we can talk about technologies, but anyway, human will be like in we are going to see on theater very private things, not just like theoretically think about or conceptually to just think on humans. Okay, here playing, and last picture of this play. I jump right to the last one when this lady is like shouting on the last daughter who's going away. She was just one who survived with this fantastic attitude. I can't turn Twitter. Okay. It's 1 minute. Oh, I left so long shouting. No, she's staying. Bet šeit ir iespēja pastumt uz priekšu. Manā šitajā te. Ja viņi tad diezgan ilgi parunā. Nu labi. Tā, pēdējais skanējums laikam tad. Pēdējā aina ar tukšo telpu.
We're looking for that last scene with empty space, right?
Yeah. I work at, I think,
Could you please wrap up? We are now running late.
I think, yes, but I just in words can tell that, this last scene when we go, this lady now is alone, now she starts to search, and then she go till end of the house, who is white, and then come back, and there is nothing, empty house, without furniture, just walls, like conceptual.
Empty space. We're dealing with space, we're dealing with scale, we're dealing with tableau vivant, we are dealing with projections, we are dealing with technologies, interaction with live actor on stage. An aim of the artists is to keep the actor live, not to kill him on stage.
With a picture. Yes.
Thank you very much for sharing your works and your experience. And here we end up the first session of our conference. We are running a bit late. Now we are going to have a short break, and we are coming back in 11:40 instead of 11:30. And then we start the presentations both in person and remotely. Thank you very much. For a while we go on short break.
Thank you. Es var raukt.
Hello? Can we try our presentations? It means also that you answer means that you can hear me. Right? It's working, right? And you can also, I want to test the video with a sound.
Hello, we are back. You are watching the Facebook broadcasting of a Baltic Drama Conference, Theatre and New Technologies in Different Perspectives. We are here in Riga, in Theatre House Zirgu of Latvian Academy of Culture, our partner in organizing the conference. We are here with Estonian delegation of 7 people in presence, and some other speakers of the conference were here in presence. But now, in this session, 1 presentation will be from here in presence, and other 3 will be remotely, just to let you know. And now we pass from semiotic theory and from practical examples of how not to kill the actor on stage by projections to the technological theatre of Estonia. And I will now welcome 2 speakers in turn who represent the technological theatre scene in Estonia since the mid-90s up to today. And the first speaker is one of the persons who has worked in close cooperation and in technological theatre of Estonia. It is Andrius Jevsejevas. And Andrius is the bravest one who came from Tallinn by motorcycle yesterday evening. Please, welcome.
Hello to everyone. In my presentation, I will speak about Estonian technological theatre. I will discuss how we did develop it and why are we calling it technological. There are no massive monographs written about Estonian technological theatre. Actually, it is hard to say who could even write that kind of text, because those who would know enough about the practices of technological theatre are the inner circle of players of that very scene. And most of these people prefer to act, not write history. And there is an understandable problem. You cannot write about the same art that you are doing at the same time. That would not be very healthy practice. Of course, on a theoretical level, you could explain what you do. Therefore, I am here to speak about what, when, and why did we do. Also, I can justify myself a little bit because I actually started as a theatre critic in 1993. Thus, I sit between 2 seats anyway. What exactly is technological theatre? All technological productions of performing arts take place at the meeting point of 2 different interests that coincide rather rarely. Mechanics and electronics on one hand, and the need for creative expression on the other. At this point of contact, both sides become something else than they otherwise are. Mechanics and electronics usually build useful machines. Technical people are needed in human culture. Things and equipment are always broken. Technology is expected to make no mistakes, to act as promised. Usually technical people ensure that this is the case. The action of the fixers can be very playful, but at the end result is still a machine that does exactly what was promised. In technological performing arts, something completely different is done and thought. The invention and construction of practically useless machines is important on this playground. Let's take a look in history. It is quite certain that, for example, in 1870, no one would have agreed to consider the design and construction of useless machines as art. Masterpieces, yeah, why not? But art meant something else. Sculpture, painting had a top position in the overall art hierarchy. Even photography was not to be recognized as art at first. It was considered as a low-value mechanical handicraft, and yes, a new and shiny innovation at the same time. By now, of course, the situation has completely changed, and we live in a world that is completely saturated with technology. Adding more technology is barely noticeable anymore. But technology-focused arts are still somehow peripheral. This is really strange. If a person's life is spent in a network of technological devices, what problems of understanding could technology-focused art cause? However, the idea of the technological theatre was completely incomprehensible to theatre circles at first. Luckily, this is no longer the case. We can say that the Estonian technological theatre movement began in 1996. It stemmed from an action, not from a theoretical standpoint. In 1996, on the A stage of Theatre Vanemuine in Tartu, there was a presentation performance of Jean Giraudoux' Undine. Actors read their text using music stands with spotlights, almost like musicians with scores. That experiment combines a regular theatre stage with a performance and created first content to the term technological theatre. What happened on the stage was different from a traditional theatre play. The performance was not focused on the actors and script, but the lights, sounds, and projections. These technical components were not mere decorations or just the background for the actors. These were the core of all the actions. That was also the first time when the idea that maybe it is possible to develop a new course flow of theatrical performances emerged. These would be performances that are based mainly on the language of the machines. Firstly, there was the main question of how to expose mechanical rhythms and pulses of stage devices. The focus was set precisely on lights, sounds, and on different mechanical sets that did not illustrate verbal dramaturgy anymore. Their characteristics itself were the very center of observing the play. Such an approach was vastly different from regular plays in traditional mainstream theatre in Estonia. Now it seems to have been the same playground as that of contemporary art, or maybe it was something between theatre and contemporary art. But then, 25 years ago, I wasn't able to see these connections clearly. In the late 1990s, the concept of technological theatre meant nothing for Estonian theatre community, as everyone was a little perplexed when meeting that concept. Two main issues arose. Firstly, what are they doing? Are they really erasing the actor out of the theatre? And secondly, do they really think that theatre could be done without dramaturgy? So far, both questions have been answered simply and clearly, yes and yes. The disappearance of actor from this form of theatre did not make the performance any less theatrical. An actor is not directly needed in this system. You may rather need an operator who works to arrange the rhythms of the machines, makes choices, and adjusts them to some extent. But this operator can also be a spectator who moves between devices and things and tracks everything which is in the reach of hand. That kind of interactions were a core of Erik Alaloga's kinematic mysteriums, for example. One strong example of how to renounce a person's presence in a stage space was self-organizing system created by Taavet Jansen, Henrik Kaljujärv, and Ahto Vaher. Self-organizing system was able to function without external control. In fact, however, operators performed continuous pattern recognition and rhythm routing at the edge of the stage. As the performance themselves describes the process, our mechanical robot is essentially in the exact same condition as any human. We have given it a certain pattern, the robot will follow it, but if there is a change in the pattern that the robot cannot understand, it will fall over the edge. To make it easier for you to imagine what it looked like, the robots were assembled from cards powered by drilling machines, motors, and medium-sized speakers. They generated music and moved according to readable patterns of the ceiling, sometimes at remarkable speeds. So, yes, people don't have to be present on the stage at all, and still there's theatre. Such a stage performance can also be thought of as a chess game that plays itself, according to its own internal decisions and logics. Now back to history. The next step in this new direction was Tartu Theatre Lab. Tartu Theatre Lab was formed in 2001 and it focused on technological performances from 2001 to 2002. That was short burst, mostly drawing outlines. One of the most representative actions was the crossing laser projections that created an optical 3D action space for the theatre presentation's new Elysium, The Loop of Dreams. A second highlight would be the stage play Aurora Temporalis in Kanuti Gildi Saal in 2002, where stage scenery was created by a combination of 8 moving screens and changeable real-time video improvisations, which was quite a new thing back then. The actions of Tartu Theatre Lab were only partially successful from the perspective of developing the technological theatre framework. Nevertheless, these actions created a basic understanding of what was needed for an advancement of technological theatre and which problems was the most urgent to be resolved. The second wave of the Estonian technological theatre began in 2005. That was substantially more coherent, more self-aware, informed, and more connected with the similar processes abroad than the first wave. The second wave, which is ongoing, was developed by different creative groups. This wave contains the birth of MIM project, which I consider essential for reviving thought about technological theatre. Erik Alalooga's kinematic machine building, the Kinematic Mysterium series, experiments with independently moving music robots, that self-organizing system, and extremely low-tech experiments in Cabaret Rhizome. The main characteristics of these processes were inventing strangely acting or useless machines, error-centered aesthetics, operating with the physical properties of different materials, a shift from a verbal dramaturgy to the dramaturgy of instructions based on programming languages, and also preferring low-tech solutions over high-tech solutions, because low-tech is more easily understandable in stage-based showings. We can say that the creative focus of technological theatre during this period was less machine-centered and more targeted at physiological and emotional impact that is generated using rhythms and patterns of the machines. Now some information about MIM project. There were 2 initial workshops in Tallinn in 2005 and 2006 in Kanuti Gildi Saal that started it all. These workshops provided a good formula for MIM project, future projects. Firstly, to work on installation and performances, then a final showing, and thirdly, questions and answers with the audience. The workshops were mostly focused on interactions between video, light, and live dance performance. I ask how much time I have yet.
You still have 5 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes later than on schedule. So.
Okay. Then from 2009 to 2011, there was a bigger project, MIM Goes Sustainable. That was actually a research project to provide an alternative to traditional thinking about how theatres physically operate. MIM project claims that low-tech, do-it-yourself attitude and sustainable practices, recycling, energy harvesting, do not automatically imply substandard production. The staged theoretical performances in urban spaces in Tallinn and also in Turku, Finland, brought the usage of fossil fuels and other traditional energy resources to an absolute minimum. To provide an educational aspect, MIM project engaged the audience to be physically part of the energy creation cycle for the performance, using old exercise bikes connected to electric generators. Okay, there was year 2013, where was a survey exhibition, 100 years of the MIM project, and there was also opera with Estonian National Opera, which and with Kanuti Gildi Saal, which was named Estonian History, a nation born from shock. But I go to conclusion now. Back to roots. Main focus of the Estonian contemporary technological theatre is to create an intensive field of physical experiences using technical devices and their inner rhythms. This method is not based on dramaturgy or the actor, or not even the pursuit to create a coherent structure in a theatrical performance. Technological theatre seeking answers of how the technical devices start to act when they are freed from the pressure of traditional dramaturgical thinking. How can they surprise us when the presumption that devices and machines have to be useful is omitted. Technological performing arts have really moved quite a long way from their starting platform. In early 2000s, the focus was on artistic self-expression using contemporary technical possibilities. At present, the focus is rather on inventing and thereby creating direct physical experience in real time. What matters is not what you think of the presentation, but what it causes in your body and nervous system. If you were an animal, how would you react? Of course, it is not possible to exclude linguistic meaning from this system, but at least the intellectual interpretations are not more important here than the physical reactions. At the moment, we can surely say that Estonian technological theatre exists, and Team Electron is a convergent phenomenon that follows the earlier processes of developing the non-dramaturgical and technological theatre scene. Without these processes, neither Team Electron nor a theoretical background for Estonian contemporary technological theatre movements could exist. One of Electron's main purposes is to develop streaming theatre as a new genre and also develop the online platform Electron Live according to the needs of presentation at this very moment. That will be subject of Taavet Jansen's lecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrius, for your deep insight in the history in the long run of Estonian technological theatre. I think we are dealing more and more with this contemporary performativity where like actors or theatre makers are interacting with machines and where we are challenging our reception, where we are challenging our nerves, our cognitive abilities and everything else. I think it is a very interesting process. At the same time, there is questions, challenges, and solutions where persons deal with technologies, and we don't know where the future brings us, right?
Absolutely agree. Thank you.
Thank you. So now Andrius already introduced his colleague, Taavet Jansen, a multimedia artist and theatre maker in the wide sense of the word, as well as programmer, and one of the enthusiasts of the electronical theatre platform Electron Live and Electron Art. And Taavet are you there? Hello?
Yes, I'm here.
Hello. And Taavet is presenting a topic called Electron Live, an electronic bridge between the performer and the audience. And he will be mainly concentrating on the first year of this curiosity-driven performing arts platform, Estonian Experience this spring. Welcome.
Hello. And I'm trying to share my screen. Yep. And I think it's on. And I'm not going to go to full screen also because I'm here messing around with between different softwares. So hello, my name is Taavet Jansen, and Andrius gave a really nice overview of Estonian technological theatre history. And I've been working with Andrius, I think also almost 15 years together. And I want to tell you about Electron Live, an electronic bridge between the spectator and the audience. The first things first. The Electron is a transdisciplinary performing arts platform funded by the Estonian government and founded in 2020. So it is an interactive, it is also interactive, but it is an initiative to develop a liminal space between artistic and scientific research and encourage collaboration between artists and scientists, focusing on performing art. But the main driving force for both the scientist and the artist is curiosity. It's curiosity-driven research. Electron is also half a virtual, half a physical platform, and if at the beginning of 2020 it was more of a concept, then it became very fast reality. Electron was created by the teams of MIM Project and Kanuti Gildi Saal. One is an experimental technological art network created in 2005. Other is a venue for contemporary performing arts and experimental shows created a couple of years before. So everything seemed promising at the beginning of 2020. COVID-19 created a new need for performing art world. Theatres, who were used to be in control, had to adapt to unique circumstances. None of us had ever imagined the situation then the audience can't come to a theatre. Estonian theatres mainly showed a very little initiative in finding new territories in the performing art world. The performance artists who started to investigate the new stage, a hybrid virtual platform, were mainly independent artists who couldn't afford to cancel their performances. Their income depended on it. The situation changed also the goals and plans for Electron, who had just started and planned to launch their activity with an international performing art festival. As a response to this, Electron created the Electron Live, an ever flexible virtual space developed according to the artist's needs and desires. The festival was planned for the beginning of April. Electron had two choices: to cancel the festival and postpone the launch, because the festival itself was planned to be physical. Electron had two choices: to cancel the festival and postpone the launch of Electron, or pivot the whole concept of a festival and organize the quickly virtual venue and convince the artists to play their performances online. Everywhere in shock. And most of the artists are busy with the rescheduling of their performances and to making their plans. Electron chose a second option for two reasons. The pandemic crisis was only in its beginning. No one knew, and still don't, how long it will last. And the concept of Electron is to be half virtual, half physical platform. So the moment was also the moment of truth. To carry out the title, we had to start to act as a half virtual platform. Quickly, we had a sufficient technical knowledge in our team. And we managed to develop the web platform Electron Live. During the festival of spooky action at a distance, Electron hosted 14 performers and approximately 3,000 audiences. And the festival took place from 3rd till 5th of April 2020. So the goal of Electron Live is to bring audiences and performers together in the same space, in this case, a virtual space. So Electron Live first is a platform what artists develop for the artists. The decisions concerning the design and usability are taken from the perspective of the artist. And second, it has a two-way communication between the performer and the audience. The audience can turn on their web cameras and they enter the virtual venue. This was a main feature for Electron from the beginning. The experience the audience had wasn't like they had in Zoom or in Teams. Electron Live is a place where you can come, enter, chat with others, and just hang out. That was the idea of it. The main goal was to create a virtual venue where the audience would feel togetherness. And to achieve this in such a short time, Electron used a host. I have a picture of a host. A person who greeted the spectators, played some music in the bar, explained what the platform is and what is the schedule of the evening. And after the performance, the host said also a goodbye word and invited the audience to come again. So here is a little overview of the festival, and I stop sharing for a moment and start again to make sure I share the computer sound. Here's a little overview. Next, I want to talk quickly about the technical solution Electron Live platform is built on. The performers streamed their streamed their performances through a video service to Electron Live using OBS software. It's like a classical setup nowadays. The audience could see chat and use chat to communicate with each other. And the Electron team also used the chat to give instructions or information to the audience. The audience matrix was the most complicated and resource hungry. We used web RTC technology to get the camera feeds from the audience, but stitching them together, refreshing at a reasonable frequency was a real headache. Also, there was no time to do any stress test before the festival. We just hoped it will work. And it did most of the time. This solution with the audience matrix was a success in spring, but in the spring we had sometimes almost 100 audience members with their cameras open. But this year had created real camera fatigue in people. So in the autumn, we had almost nobody who was willing to turn on their camera. We can think of two reasons why it happened. Privacy. People started to realize the value of a digital privacy and didn't want to let random people in anymore. And the second, there was no reason to be visible to the audience. Our performances were not interactive. The audience's presence during the show didn't matter. Also, the initial plan that we will stream the faces of the audience to the performers and the performers will watch the audience during the show didn't happen. It turned out to be technically too clumsy. The stream had a latency of 30 seconds. And due to the technical restrictions, it also had a very slow frame rate. It altogether made the audience feed as an interactive partner for the performer pointless. So now here we are. I hope I still have time because I forgot to look at the clock. But okay, now we are developing this platform. Every update we make reveals a new pile of questions and possibilities. The question why people should gather into a virtual space to watch the live performance has no concrete answer. Many theaters are looking to VR, like Mozilla Hubs, for example, a browser-based 3D environment design application. As a spectator, you can even enter using a 3D headset, just experience it in your browser. The spectator is not in the virtual space, her avatar is. And this is a very important point. This is the main core difference that Electron is working on. We are asking, what is the bare minimum needed to create the feeling of presence online? How people should communicate with each other while still having a feeling that they are in a live event? How to keep a spectator intrigued and engaged on your webpage? We started to work, we look for new possibilities and rethink the concept of a shared digital space. We are working on the performing art domain. So we decided to implement the knowledge we had from theater to our online platform. We decided to focus on the audience's experience in theater and split it into the 4 parts. Boom. Decision making. That's the first part. The potential spectator is front of the theater and decides wherever to go to the performance or not. You feel alone. You want to meet others and have some entertainment. We have no clear plan for this phase. Second phase, in the lobby, onboarding. Audience member feels welcome, warm, being part of the community. Where she could hang out, entertain herself, get into the mood. How to make her feel good. And what is like a bare minimum what is a bare minimum, what it takes for her to feel good? Maybe the other, like how to interact with the other members of the audience. Maybe they can be just stripes, or maybe they can be emoticons that represent their mood today. We don't know this yet. We are working on it. Electron is developing a virtual lobby, maybe even interactive, that the audience could tweak the physical parameters of a space, design their own lobby, so to say, with the sound and design and colors and interaction. The idea is to create a room where the spectator has something to do, Probably it will vary from project to project. We can have every time a bit different lobby. The core idea, the time before the performance starts, is a time to hang out together. And the performance. Mostly the focus should be on the performance, but maybe in online performance, some interaction between the audience members could be allowed during the performance. How about the interactivity between the spectator and the performance? And here are some ideas. Let's think we have the audience with their cameras open behind the computer for an hour. A simple emotion detection algorithm can analyze those faces and tell us how the audience reacted to the performance. Did they laugh? Were they mad, bored, surprised? Did they leave? Were they engaged? And the data from the audience behaviors, reactions could be could give a valuable information about the performance to the makers. We had a performance where during the first 15 minutes, 1,000 audience members left. Analyzing this data on the timeline gives information to the director. What did he do? What did he do wrong? Or what could be improved? And the data can easily be also a source of interaction in performance. Can you imagine that the soundtrack of a performance changes according to the audience's emotional state? Or a performer gets a notification every time somebody yawns. So it could create a real two-way communication. So the Electron Live as a platform is interactive interface by itself. It may sound like a futuristic concept, and this will take probably a year before somebody executes it successfully. Hopefully this someone will be from the Electrons team. And also the fourth, if I said that we split it into four, then the last one is offboarding. The performance is over and you get your coat and you head home. This should probably be similar to the second, onboarding part. This interactive free environment where we're all together and where people meet for a second and get proper farewell from the host and leave the stage. They shouldn't feel kicked out or left alone, which tends to happen if your stream just stops and there will be darkness.
I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but could you just conclude? We are running out of time a bit. But I think, please,
I have a conclusion.
Continue.
Next one is a conclusion. Next one is a conclusion. I skip this part out and split, and this I will kick out. And so in spring, where people were shocked, theaters were closed, and everybody looked for the answers. And there was a constant comparison between the real theater and online theater. The online performances were treated as a substitute for the real thing. Most of the theater people decided just wait till it's over. But we are convinced that the online performance is not a temporary substitute. It will be a change of paradigm, but people don't know how to do or how to watch it. And what are the new rules? How to distinguish success from failure? And do theater makers have does the theater makers have any advantage in this paradigm? Maybe we must ask a generation who was born into this and feels comfy in front of the screen. So there are many new questions, and the answers will appear only through testing and trial and error. And the first who will make the successful solution will become a billionaire. And that's a race.
Thank you very much, and let this be a wish that the theater maker of electronic theater become a billionaire. Thank you very much, Taavet Jansen, for the brilliant presentation of Electron Live, the first curiosity-driven experience of technological theater in Estonia during the pandemic 2020, and let this be an example, and let us dare to try, and let us dare to look for new waves, because I am convinced as well that online theater, wish we that or not, is here to stay, and we have to deal with this, and we have to engage our digital natives, the next generations, to this form of art, without, of course, eliminating the previous forms of arts. I haven't said in the morning that I see many people on Facebook broadcasting following us, that there will be a session of questions and answers at the end of this session after next two presentations that are theater in numbers. And I encourage you, in case you have any questions or comments, use the Facebook platform, comment there, and we will make the questions to the speakers at the end of the session. And now, this is the most complicated session of today's conference, I guess, because among technology, we are dealing with numbers, we are dealing with statistics. And neighboring countries of Latvia, Estonia first, and Lithuania have experience in data gathering and data analysis about theater process, about theaters, theater infrastructure, say financing, repertoire, visitors, general information that actually helps anyone from abroad to see the whole picture of theater in different language, in language of numbers and interpreted numbers. And today I will welcome next speaker, Katre Veli from Estonian Ministry of Culture, and her presentation is prepared together with Tiia Sipol from Estonian Theatre Agency. And we will hear the experience of already many years of theatre statistics in Estonia, and then theatre experience in numbers in Lithuania. In Latvia, we still have to start this work, and I wish that our culture sociologists and people interested in data gathering and research to take these examples as their inspiration. Welcome, Katre.
Hello, everybody. I am Katre Veli, and I am the theatre advisor of the Ministry of Culture of Estonia. And this presentation has been prepared together with Tiia Sipol from the Estonian Theatre Agency, who actually does all the hard work with gathering the statistics. I'm from the ministry, just sort of helper. I'm very happy to be presenting in this conference, though in a very unique mode that I can see maybe how you can see me, but I don't have any idea how you can hear me, but let's hope it all works out. So it was kind of difficult to do a presentation after this more like practical things, but I will try to also at the end get to some questions which are very directly linked with what David was speaking about earlier. So Estonian theatre statistics. It has been gathered since the First Republic, but then it was more scattered. But we can say that since 1959, it has been officially gathered. So next year it will be 60 years of Estonian theatre statistics. But the website that you see at the bottom of the slides, statistika.teater.ee in Estonian, that web page has been active from 2012, so also almost 10 years. And since 2004, officially statistics has been gathered. So Estonian theatre statistics consists of three subdivisions: repertoire statistics, statistics of performance activities and visitors, and economic data and statistics. All this repertoire statistics is divided into several production genres and visitors into several target groups. And we also gather information about festivals, theatre visits abroad, and guest performers in Estonia. So to have a sort of a whole wide picture of the thing. And the financing part also different expenditures, costs, incomes, support schemes. And now I come to one sort of question, I will sum them up in the end, that how statistics has changed over times. So for example, we used to gather indirect and direct costs of statistics over time, but now we do not separate them anymore. So for some years we had a sort of different way of gathering financial statistics, and now it has changed, which brings us to the question of how do we maintain flexibility in statistics gathering, but yet comparability over the years. In this presentation, I will show data, so you can see this is mostly from 2019. And also through that, I will show what happens in Estonian theatre, and I can very well relate to this first presentations where it was referred to that theatre makers like factory workers, so more and more and more of theatre, both in terms of new institutions and new premieres and new productions. So on this slide, you can see the number of theatres in Estonia, and we have had put those slides in sort of comparison from 1989 to 2019. And to explain why we have theatres in total and in statistics is another problem or a question of Estonian theatre statistics, that it is obligatory for those theatres who are funded by the Ministry of Culture. So for them, it is obligatory to give all those repertory statistics, financial statistics and whatnot, everything that they do, but all the other theatres are invited. So how to encourage all this very wide and public theatre field to give their statistics is a question also in terms of the statistics. And so you can also see that the numbers really have risen a lot, both of those who give statistics and theatres in total. Another thing is about theatres, how we divide them. So we have public theatres like the National Opera, state theatres, which can be founded together with a local municipality or not. There is about 8 of them in Estonia. And then municipal theatres, one largest is Tallinn City Theatre, and then this huge abundance of several private theatre companies and theatre projects. And again, you can see that starting from 2009, there has been a huge boom in all this number of those private theatre companies, also theatre projects which are calculated. So this has been rising constantly. And I remind you that the number of Estonian population is 1.3 million, and it is not rising constantly. Rather, we are, as other many Western and Eastern European countries, an aging population, and our increase in the population in recent years has only been due to the people who are returning, who have lived abroad for some time. So here is like a picture of a few bubbles, which at both sides gives an overview of the abundance of theatre in Estonia and also an overview of what we gather in Estonian theatre statistics. And hopefully my colleagues who can be present there have given you also these little booklets about the theatre statistics, so you can have a better view of the numbers, because we don't really have time to go into all of them. But here you can see that, for example, how many productions in total, how many premieres. Maybe a number to bring attention to is that out of more than 7,000 performances, 3,000, nearly 4,000 of them are in Tallinn. So actually there is a large concentration into the capital. Also one thing to bring out is this stationary halls that we also pay attention to, which are like permanent theatre facilities and which are not permanent theatre facilities. And this number of new productions, 2,222 in 2019, is a real absolute growth record that we have had in recent years. So that's to give like a more overview as a map of those performance venues in Estonia in 2019. So those more yellowish dots are again the ones that have like permanent locations, and all the more greener dots are the ones that have like venues possible for theater showing, but where guest performances then show up. And there are 7 towns in Estonia where there are like permanent theater buildings, and in 2019 there were altogether 200 different venues in Estonia where performances were given. And out of all those theaters that gave theater statistics in 2019, 40 of those theater institutions were active in Tallinn, in the capital. So that also shows how much there is this concentration there. We do have all sorts of regional programs to encourage theater to be taken to the countryside also, but where there is more people, naturally there is more theater also. In Tallinn, there's about 400,000 inhabitants, so that shows the proportions also. So since we are here for the Baltic Drama Theatre Conference, it is also important to show what kind of different types of productions there are and how they are divided. And as a comment to this slide, I would also like to bring out another question, is that the theatre field is constantly changing, new types and new genres are evolving, like the 2 previous presentations showed us. And also as the first presentation was talking about this abundance of the semisphere and what's in the periphery and what's not. Of course, we want to understand how many music and dance theaters we have, how much is puppet and object theater, but then there is this mysterious other, which is this mixed type, which also includes circus, which is not very, yet, I hope, very abundant in Estonia, this new circus, but all this other genre, it's, I think, for also those theaters who give statistics, the most difficult question, like, are they more like this or that? Should we only have this other? Should we not calculate it? But still, there's opera and more classical genres. So again, a question like, how do we actually understand this changes in the theater field and how to reflect them in the statistics gathering? But as you can see, still, this classical drama performances are the most abundant in Estonia. And again, an interesting slide for this audience, I hope, is how much of the drama that is in the theater stages is Estonian, how much is foreign. We also calculate the stage adaptations of Estonian foreign literature. And this, I think, when I jump into the shoes of the ministry official, then we really want to keep track of that also, like how much Estonian new dramaturgy is on the stages and how much of the dramaturgy is of Estonian origin in general. And that's also a great work that the Estonian Theatre Agency is doing. And I think also Heidi is there, so hello to her, at the conference right now, creating this play competitions for the new dramaturgy. So there would be to encourage people to write plays and also to encourage directors to actually look into those new plays and bring them to stage. And just as one fact also, since it is the gathering of Baltic theatre specialists mostly here, is that on the Estonian stages in 2019, there was 1 Latvian performance and 3 Lithuanian, not performance, but play, 1 Latvian play, and 3 Lithuanian plays, 2 of which were by Andrius Jevsejevas. So there is still something, very little, but something to bring out. So also this slide could show you, as I already told, that there is this constant growth in these new productions and in the total repertoire also. So you can see that these changes have been most active in the last 10 years. So it's interesting that these years, 2009, when we had the sort of economic recession, and now 2019, so how did that affect the situation in theatre? A lot of abundance. So also, of course, it would be great to have the 2020 numbers already here to show what did those months of no theatre at all actually mean to the theatre scene. But I do think that the actual number of new productions will still be quite high in 2020, because I think in September and October we had like a premiere every day, because everybody still wanted to do the performances they had planned in this March and April period. So it was, a few were of course cancelled, but it was a very difficult period for the theatre critics who want to have an overview of the whole theatre scene. Visitors, another important part of the whole thing. We do, as I said, gather information about the visitors, also try to see how much the ticket revenues, so how that changes over the year, what's the average ticket cost. And again, the visitors is another thing which has been constantly growing. And there is this, I think, everlasting question of how much can the visitors' numbers grow, even though, as I mentioned, the population does not change and does not grow. Then another question is the financing. One thing I want to mention about the visitors. As I said, the questions related to statistics and the changes over time. So this year in 2020, me and Tia have been discussing what do we do with this new digital theater? How do we calculate the visitors there? How will this number change? The number of visitors per year? Do we calculate those who stayed at the performance for, I don't know, the whole time, or one click, or based on the addresses, or based on what? So this is, I think, a very interesting new question, which of course in Estonia comes up with the Electron Live and their activities. What in their term, is it premiere? Is it like a production? Is it an theater activity, and how do we calculate the audience there? And should it be like a separate sort of column in the statistics that this is the web audience, this is not like normal audience members? So I think this is another interesting question, which I think will be an important one in the coming future as well, even though we all hope that the virus situation will not affect us forever, but we don't know that yet. So the financing, also just to show that it's we try to understand the different incomes. Of course, what everybody is interested in the most, how much is the state support for the theater, how much is the local government support. As you can see, mostly in Estonia, the state budget funds all the theaters. Local governments only give quite a smaller proportion. And all this other income, again, includes all kinds of rental costs and additional income that theaters have. And just to generalize then, starting from 2004, when this official statistics has been gathered, this support from the state budget has been around 60 to 70% of the whole income. And in the state budget, we also include our sort of cultural council or cultural endowment. In this slide, it's all put together there. So usually we ask about the theaters, of course, separately, but here it's all together. So to sum up, then, as I mentioned, some of the questions are things to think about the statistics gathering in general. Of course, I think it is an absolutely important thing. And I must say that in Estonia, at least, theater really stands out in terms that we have this great web page statistics gathering that is so widespread, that it has so many different aspects, the visitors, the incomes, the financial part, the repertory part, all that. We don't have something like that, for example, in the music and concert field genre. So they are kind of still trying to find a way to count that, or also in, for example, the artistic exhibitions don't have such a great way or to gather the statistics, which I think is absolutely important to make better decisions on whatever level in politics. But as I already mentioned, to sort of sum up this overview, the questions. So all this Zoom and webpage and digital theater, how do we understand and count those visitors, those ticket revenues? Because that's another thing that comes up with this digital theater, that should it be with a ticket cost, how to gather that money? again, a lot of questions that popped up in the springtime, like how do we make the digital art, or digital cultural events, and how do we make people pay for them? Then the question about flexibility. When we have had this statistics information for all these years, there are changes, like I mentioned, this direct and indirect costs. Then how do we react to changes and change sort of some of the titles or some of the terms in the statistics, but how do we maintain that it would still be compatible to the format data, and we can make these comparisons with what happened in 90s and 2000s when we maybe did not collect all the same things in the statistics. Then another thing is all this changing of the theatrical scene itself, institutions, different ways of mostly the private theater scene calls itself. Should we call them like performing arts centers, production houses, agencies? And why this naming is important is that, for example, in those performing arts centers, they do a lot of performance activities like productions, but then they do a lot of different activities like workshops, talks, festivals, they organize some other events, residency programs. All that should be part of the statistics because there may be events open to the public also. So how do we gather them? Should the visitors be counted as the visitors of the Performing Arts Center? Should they have some other sort of label or title there? Should they be separated or not? So in terms of a more classical theater where there are performances full stop, we wouldn't have such questions. So from the user side, how to make the sites user-friendly, how to encourage all the theaters to actually give their data. Of course, in terms of economic data, it would be difficult, but so what are the measures and ways to do that? And then how to list all those activities that the theaters actually do. Should we have like a separate part for all of them? Because I think that all those more like popularizing activities to open up the theater genre are as important as the actual productions of the theaters. So especially now with the changing audiences, changing genres and all that. And again, I refer to the first speaker who said something about like the events. Is that the production then when it happens on the digital scene, or is that then an event, not really a performance? So these are some of the questions and ideas that there are in this statistics gathering. But yeah, in general, I think it's a very, very important thing. Gives a lot of data and also gives a lot of like historical overview of what has happened in the theater in different decades. Of course, we may not know exactly how, for example, in the 80s or 70s, those numbers were like calculated, but still there is some information about them and we can really have a good look back at the history and also project the future better, perhaps. So thank you. And thanks to Tia also for helping to prepare this presentation.
Thank you very much, Katre, for this enriching and really well done presentation of Estonian data on theater. I think this is a very, very valuable experience. And as we see by example, this experience has been already taken over by other neighboring country, Lithuania. And as a next speaker, I welcome our unfortunately only Lithuanian speaker today, Monika Jašinskaitė from Theatre Association of Performing Arts Critics of Lithuania, and she is doing the statistics work in Lithuania. Monika, hello.
Hello, hello. I'm having, yeah, I don't see you. I don't know why. Yeah, hello. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, 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 I hear you very well. I will see you in a minute, I guess, on the screen. Our audience is seeing already. Yes.
Great.
Hello, hello. Yes, here we are. We are bridging.
Mm-hmm. And yes, I'm trying to go to full screen mode with my presentation. Is that?
Yes, great. Great. Welcome.
Yeah, great.
Hello, nice to see you.
Hello. So I'm very happy about our Estonian colleagues, and thanks very much for Katri, who did the presentation of this Estonian experience in theater in numbers, and we're also trying to have to track their path in theater statistics and to follow their track. And we are having also the brochure, the Lithuanian theater in numbers. We were so inspired by Estonian example that we also kept the name for taking our statistics project. So we have the Lithuanian Theater in Numbers project done, and it's actually in full scale for the first year going on, and it's still work in progress. You can see on my wall, I still have many tables to do. So it's we have collected many data that I'm working with to present it for public audience. So the work is not finished yet, but anyway, we are almost there. And yeah, I will give now in this presentation, I will give some idea of what our situation is in Lithuania and what we are trying to count and to make. So Lithuanian tradition for the statistics is quite poor because, well, actually numbers in Lithuania, in Lithuanian humanitarian tradition is not something that is popular. Humanitarians don't like numbers here, and humanitarians don't believe in numbers. So we have in Lithuanian statistics department, we have few tables about the information about theater statistics with the amount of theaters, visitors, and shows that we can see last 4 or 5 years. We can take the more data, like we can see the table, what were the visitors numbers from the previous years, but actually that's all that we can do. We don't have and it's a very big question how these numbers are counted, because we have state theaters, which is state and national, and we have not state theaters. But the number of this theater is very in question, and all the data is very in question that if we are having the full view. Also, Lithuanian Department on Statistics have 1/4 of tenure for the culture statistics. It's not for theater, it's for all culture. So we have only 4 numbers or 5 numbers per year that they're having and they're collecting every year, and that's it. So we have also statistics in Lithuanian Council for Culture, which have one unit working on statistics, but and they also work on the whole culture field, where theater and dance and circus are different areas. So if we have all performing arts, so we have to, if they having the statistics, we have different fields, we have to make a sum of it. And also we had Lithuanian Dance and Information Center. They had one project of statistic counting of what's going on in dance field, but it was a temporary project and they don't have the data of 2019, for example. So they are not continuing to develop it. So really this, for Lithuanian Council for Culture, we have the statistics, we have the information not about whole theater field or whole cultural field, but only for the projects that are financed for Lithuanian Council for Culture. So these projects these theaters that are not financed by this institution, we don't have no information about it. We may have some information about the theaters that applied for funding, but for the institutions that didn't apply, we don't have any information. So the performing arts system, what we have the law of Lithuanian Republic Law of Professional Performing Arts, where it's stated in the article number 6, it's stated that the professional performing arts system is consisted of national institutions, state institution, municipal institution, and other legal entities. And now the other legal entities, like if we're having statistics, the word other, it always means the biggest trouble, because other, what it is other, how we can see what it is. According to this, the same law, we have in the other article, it's stated that national, state and municipal institutions organize their activities according to the annual program and budget plans confirmed by the institution implementing owner right and duties. So for national and state theaters, so the owner is the Culture Ministry, and for municipal theaters, it's the municipalities that have this owner right and duties. And the supervisors of national, state, and municipal institutions submit annual report about their previous activities to the institutions that implement their owner right. So it means that national and state theaters, they give annual reports for Culture Ministry, but municipal theaters, they give the reports for their municipalities. And we have like different municipalities, so different ideas about what the annual report should have. And also we have other legal entities that are not doing any annual report. It's also, I should say also that we had also the Council for Professional Performing Arts Institutions. It's the council that works, that is a part of Culture Ministry. And they are giving the status of professional performing arts institutions. So they are, like, according to the law, they are providing conclusions and proposal regarding acknowledgement and or cancellation of the status as a professional performing arts institution. So in Lithuania, if like legally, if you, the Culture Ministry and this Council for Professional Performing Arts Institution, it gives the status, this acknowledgement that the theater is professional or not. And as far as I know, there are like now it's almost like they're giving this acknowledgement also for theater and also for concert institutions. So for the moment we have like about 90, a little bit above, of such institutions. So like 60 of these are theaters, but none of these institutions were cancelled as a professional theater. So they're giving, but they're not cancelling it. And these institutions, they don't have that previously they had to give reports for this Council for Professional Performing Arts Institution. But now they as it's there is a they don't always report, and very often they don't report, and they even the members of this council, they can insist for such annual reports, but they don't get it from the companies, and these companies are still keeping this professional status. So it's very tricky thing, but it's makes all the system very complicated. So finally, to sum up, in the performing arts system, we have traditional repertory theaters as a state, mostly national, state, and municipal theaters. We also have venues. So these two, venues and traditional repertory theaters, they at least have this physical appearance. But we have also personal directors, choreographers, or actors companies, production companies, and commercial theaters that have no physical place. Sometimes they have an office, but they don't have the stage. They don't have the permanent venue where the people that people are associated with, and they don't have. It's like an air. We can really hardly see if it's active or it's not active. Also, the other problem is that some companies that having this professional that are recognized as professional institutions, they're making only few shows per year, 2 or 3 or 5 shows. And some of the companies that don't have this status of professional institution, they're showing they may show 100 shows per year. I mean, they're really, really active. So it's very hard to track. And also, those companies, those first, personal directors, choreographers, and actors companies, and production companies, they mostly do their activities when they are getting financed. And if they don't get the finance, they don't. They are passive. They don't act. And we have some these companies with the professional status that for 2, 3, one of them is I'm sure that is 5 years. They have no activities at all, and they're still in this professional theater list. So it's also these problems also encourage me to do this project of Lithuanian theater in numbers, which was inspired by the Estonian Theater Agency, and carried out and organized by Lithuanian Association of Performing Arts Critics. And last year, I was working on collecting information about the premieres of professional theaters that helped to prepare for this year. Much bigger survey that may be better understand not only theater system, but also data collecting and presenting problems. So it's not only about theater, but it's also about data. And data is very big question in 21st century. So in this scale, this project is we're having it for the first year. We prepared an internet form that participating companies had to fill. The preparation took longer than I expected, and I faced a few ideological and legal challenges and many technical issues. So finally, we had a certain structure of questions regarding organization, performances shown, and financial data. And the performances, like the question of performances, where for each performance the organization showed. So we had minimum like one performance shown by the organization, and maximum it was 41. So this organization had to fill more than 1,000 questions. I sent invitations to participate by the letter. It was in total 80 companies that I invited. It was a big challenge to find all the companies who could participate, because we don't have the number, and these companies who don't have the physical space, they are appearing and disappearing. It's also similar to the problems that Katre was talking about, similar to these questions that she presented from Estonia. And so I wanted to invite all professional theaters, and I think I managed more or less, but I still missed some. It's also a very big question, what is professional, but more or less I think at least in what I had in mind, I think I managed that. The companies that didn't receive the participation, they were also able to participate because they got the information that this project is going on. So finally, we collected results. So we got data submitted by 39 companies, creating drama, puppet and object theater, dance and musical performances, circus and other productions in 2019. Here we can see that the difference between organizations that having this professional status and that 11 independent organizations working in the field without status. Here we also have the situation about the stage, that independent organizations, in total 27, we have 3 organizations that have their own stage, and also we have the organizations that use their stage with a long-term agreement and don't have their own stage at all. So it's also why it's important, because it's also important question about the costs and obligations those companies have to show their performances, and also the possibilities they have. Like, it's also gives big questions about the system we have for funding, for example, of such organization. So we collected the data about 518 productions, 4,216 shows. We see that independent organizations that don't have this status making quite a big work in the field, and it's open for many visitors actually. And one of the organizations is doing very big work by touring in Lithuania. So we have productions and shows. It's questions in the term we use. I used productions for the artwork. So if we have the work of Oskaras Koršunovas Hamlet, for example, or it's one product. But Hamlet of Oskaras Koršunovas, it can be shown 3 times or 4 times. So it's those 3, we have 3 or 4 shows. So we can see that shows are more or less proportional for the production, but the size of how many productions and shows the organizations have, like if we see the organization by the status of the establishment of the funding. So we have in the 66% of the shows were organized in the cities where the organizations are based, and we have that information that the touring was in Lithuania was 28% of the shows. We can see that independent organizations are doing really a lot for touring, and yeah, we can go. We also have the map of we have location. Here you can see the shows that are more than 5. There are more towns that had the shows, but here we have more from 5 shows, so from minimum, and we can see that the most shows are in Vilnius and in Kaunas. Also, 2 other cities quite important are Panevėžys and Klaipėda. But here we have, in Klaipėda, we have some important theaters missing that they were not participating in the survey. Also in Vilnius also. Yeah. So for production, we know the type of production. So for drama, we have for drama, so we have drama, puppet theater, dance, which is ballet, contemporary dance, and physical or movement theater. For music, we have also smaller divisions: opera, operetta, musical, and others. We have really small number of circus, but circus here I put in as another field for not to mix it with other productions. Also, circus is another field in Council for Culture Counting, so I have it different. And here I have some examples which are in Lithuanian of type of other productions. So, for example, many theaters that work on comedy, so put the comedy not as drama performance, but as separate. Also, we can see here like documented theater or discussion performance or interactive show comedy. So it's like this other field. I have like 65 different categories of other performances, of other examples. And also like theater for children, it's also very big discussion where we should put it, because we also have the categorization by audience. But so should we say that theater for children is musical theater for children and drama theater for children? So it's like different categories, or it's like theater for children is one big category, but what then we can say about the audience? And audience also, we can see that we have that theaters indicated very big audiences, even though they had, like they marked the small audiences, like, but it's not working. It's like the method is not quite well, doesn't work. So also we have the productions according to the source of creation that they indicated, and we can see we can see that how many works were created on originally created material or based on play or based on another literary work. And also we can see the countries by the source of, by countries of origin, by the author. Also we have the, by epoch, like by the time, by the century. This grouping. Also, we gathered information about the premieres and the reviews, which is like the reviews is also very important topic for Performing Arts Critics Association. I will. So from 131 premiere in 2019, only 60 new works were reviewed, so it's less than a half. And there was a total of 112 critical articles about the work. So some performances were reviewed more than once, and the performance that received the most reviews was had six reviews. And it was jaunās, the most, like, let's say, most interesting director for critics, maybe. But yeah, so here we can say, we can see that we have big problems about reviewing in Klaipėda region and in other regions that are not Vilnius, Kaunas, or Klaipėda. And we can, from this data, when having this data, we can count many things. For example, for next year, according to this data, we planned possibilities to, we planned a project, an initiative that for critics to see the regions, to see the premieres in the regions. And so that's how we can organize and forecast the future, what will be, and organize our activities. We also have the average ticket price, and we can see that in Vilnius it's the most expensive and it's smallest in other regions. Also, we have the information about the income of different categories of theaters. And when we can see that municipal theaters have the lowest income and independent organizations have quite big income. Also, we have when we talk about independent organization, we should know that 3 of the participating organizations didn't get the public funding at all. So they have to earn the money by their own. And we can also see how much income we had from Lithuanian market and how much we got from shows abroad. Yeah, and we also can see that if we speak about funding, so it's similar situation than like in Estonia. So budget resources, they're a little bit more than 50% of all the budget. All the budget of all the funds, with all the, if we have all the funds that that had these 39 organizations, we had the total of 34 million. And but also the big part, 20%, was added by European Union structural funds. So it's like we have to know that it's not it's like tricky numbers. And yeah, and we when speak by public funding, Lithuanian public funding, we can see that state theaters and national theaters have the biggest share. That comes from Culture Ministry. And we can see that independent organization without status without a professional status, they don't get, like, they get very small amount of support. And if we add by the source of funding, so we can see that Council for Culture share is quite small compared to the share of culture of ministry. Yeah, and it gives also, it's now upon the COVID situation, we see that all the independent organizations are very unhappy, and there are many questions about the theatrical system in general. So I hope this research also will help to find the way and the new possibilities to talk about this situation in theater and the theater system in Lithuania, because it seems that for this moment we don't have one system, we have like few different systems, or where that relate together in very strange ways. So the future goals I have for this survey, so I have to make all the data tables public, and which is not made yet. We're planning database for this statistic project, and we have challenged to collect the data of 2020, which is not only productions and shows, but also quarantine or COVID-19 productions. Yeah, so we don't know what we will have, how we'll count them. Yeah, and this all leads to the big questions. So first, for me, it's a really big question for Lithuanian theater. What is a professional theater? Does it have to have a stage? What performance qualities has to be? And does it have to have tours abroad or in Lithuania or abroad and so on? And yeah, and who can say that this theater is professional or not? Also, we have many questions of agreements in the system about certain groups and terms. For example, like documentary theater, theater for children, comedy, is it drama or is it not drama? Questions about the audience, how precise should it be? Should it be very wide, like children, adults, and I don't know, other or youth? Or should it be like children of 6 and 7 years old and teenagers? Should it be separately? And also quite big question is about who is like main author of the production or main artist in the production, because in Lithuania we would say that it's director, but in Lithuania we have quite strong independent theater where the choreographer becomes as the main artist. Also, we have musical theater that usually it's director and the conductor are the main artists, and we have many other forms of theater where, like, for example, the composer can be the main artist of the stage performance. Yeah, so we don't know, we need one term for this main artist, which is another than than director, but which could be precise enough, but avoid this director director's theater. You know, we have this we have quite big opposition for director's theater in Lithuania. So how should we call this main artist if not director, but for everybody to understand that it's a main artist only? Yeah, so that's all. We can maybe continue with the discussion.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you very much for your overview of Lithuanian work in statistics. I don't know if we have any questions on Facebook. No, we don't. Oh, please. All right. So I will just comment a few things that your presentations in theater statistics made me think of that we have similar situation, and there are a few differences, and we need to exchange this information, and we need to share this information we are gathering, and these conclusions we are making out of this data of statistics. You both, Katra and Monica, posed several questions, and I think all of these questions are very topical also in Latvia. Particularly also this about the main artist, about the theater maker who is not particularly director or choreographer, because the theater professions tend to merge nowadays, and also we critics tend to lack terminology to describe the processes, to describe the phenomena we are experiencing at this very day. Pandemic has brought technological challenges and technological solutions we still have to deal with, we still have to think about. Has anyone in the audience in presence here question or comment regarding the previous session? Hey, Hedelis, Toma, can you come please to the mic here? This one, because otherwise the sound is not... No, please, the other one. Sorry.
Hello, I don't know if you see me. No, I just wanted to comment because I have a background in sociology, and looking at the category author, it's actually very bad if there's a lot of things that are other. It means that the categories are wrong, or you have to come up with new categories to actually try to categorize the things that go to the other. So I think that's the main questions. And looking at the Lithuanian data saying that comedy is not drama, it is, but then it's of course a question how to define drama. If drama is spoken theatre, then comedy is also spoken theatre. So I think it's also, like if you gather data, I've also written quite a critical article about gathering the data in Estonia. I think it really is up to the people in the Estonian Theatre Agency, or in the case of Lithuania, in the Critics Association, to go over the data and also check it. If the theatre says that this is other, you may have a different opinion about this. That's the thing, that you also have to check the data yourself and maybe categorize it a little differently than the theatre has done it itself. But this also means that the people who are doing this kind of categorizing in the agency or in the association have to have an overview of the theatre system to be able to actually categorize the performances. It's just a comment, it's not a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Hedelis, for the very valuable comment. In the meantime, meanwhile, Katre and Monica presented their papers, presentations. I've got 2 emails. They're not comments on Facebook. One of them came from Ieva Struka. She asked whether the presentations of Katra and Monica would be available to make an overview for the theatre magazine Teātris in Latvian, to make the overview of the 3 Baltic countries. So I encourage Katra and Monica to send me the presentations, and we will use it for an article in our theatre magazine, but it will be in Latvian. So I encourage every speaker of today to approach Latvian Academy of Culture or me personally with their papers prepared in form of articles for Culture Crossroads Compendium to be published next year as a publication, because these things we are talking about have to be published and shared in English, which is lingua franca of today's world. And the second email came from the Professor Anda Latje, the Professor of Culture Sociology of Latvian Academy of Culture, that actually we do have a research that maps the theatre processes in Latvia. However, it is commissioned by the Ministry of Culture and is not published yet, so we don't have access until the Ministry gives the green light. So, and we have one question coming from the web for the 2 presenters, I assume. How would you explain the general growth of theatre audience? For example, the research data shows that in Latvia a lot more people choose to attend theatre, but research on the reasons why people are more tended to visit theater than before hasn't been conducted yet. The reason why. Do you collect the data, the reason why people go to theater? Is it included in your researches?
Can you hear me? Yeah, I will answer from the Estonian side that in 2016 there was a survey made by the Estonian Theatre Agency and the Estonian Association of Theatre Directors called the Visitor Survey. And there those questions were proposed: why people go to theatre, who they go with, if they don't go to theatre, is it because of the money issues? Is it because theatre is too far, or some other questions? So it is not, it's like a separate survey. So part of the statistical analysis, there are some articles, of course, in the written form of the statistics, but since it is published every year in our Theatre Life Compendium, but we don't really ask it from those who fill in the statistics, but such a survey has been made in 2016 about the reasons why people go to theatre and don't go to theatre.
Monica?
Well, in Lithuania, as we started only to count things, so we don't have the we don't ask why they go. Actually, this number that we have so it's from the companies that indicate how many visitors we have for the performance. So we don't have the real evidence. We also we had one survey that was about how much the theater visitors would want to pay for the theater experience, and for me it showed a very interesting thing that in Lithuania theater people would like to pay more for theater. Like in some places it's like they would want to pay like 33 or 34 euros for the performance. So for me, I was highly surprised, and I understood that it's like in Lithuania, it's the case where the theater is considered as a pleasure commodity, right? It's something that you can allow for yourself very rarely. It's not an everyday thing. And I think that visitors in Estonia might be rising, because in Estonia, theater became like more or less like everyday culture thing, where people go to have their free time, not because it's fashion or because sometimes we need to go to see culture, but because it's fun, because it's theater, it's about us. It's like it's a little bit shift. If I don't know if this idea makes a point, but I think it's this repetition of going and again to theater. If instead of going once per 3 months, I go once per 2 weeks, so it gives much more in numbers of visitors.
Well, thank you very much for your answers. I think we can conclude this session with many open questions regarding the new situation with technologies in theater, about data and in theater and numbers, and we have time to think our questions, and we have time to discuss them with colleagues online or in presence whenever possible. Let's keep in touch, and let's keep our Baltic cooperation. And I invite you to join us again, to come back at 2 o'clock when we continue with the afternoon session with 3 very interesting presentations related to, for instance, young audiences that have been mentioned in the context of statistics, and also with conditions that pandemic put on ongoing projects. Thank you very much, and until 2 o'clock.
Dear all, good afternoon and welcome back at Baltic Drama Forum 2020, which is happening in Riga at Latvian Academy of Culture. And my name is Dārta Ceriņa. I will be the moderator for the second session of the conference. And during this fragment of Forum, we will hear and experience 3 wonderful presentations concerning younger generation, children and youth theater, and what happens to very fundamental artistic texts that are reimagined and recontextualized, and what happens if the reimagination happens during the pandemic constraints. And to those who are with us at live stream on Facebook and other platforms, you are all welcome to raise your questions, add your remarks or commentaries, and we will happily share those with the speakers. And I would like to introduce our first speaker of this session. She is Ilze Kļaviņa from Latvia, and she's representing Latvian Academy of Culture. And her presentation is entitled Perception and Performativity in Theater for Youth Audience in Latvia. Dear Ilze, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much. Hello all. First of all, I would like to call your attention to the fact that professional performing art, dance, drama and other forms for young audience has undergone significant changes over the past years in Latvia. A new generation of theater directors develops communication-based performances generated by new attitudes toward children audience in general. Here you can see some names of new directors. Artists take into account the specifics of children's perception, and in many cases digital means replace traditional theater's expression with digital form, but keep their emotional nature. I will analyze it in more detail when looking at examples and specific performances, but now some theoretical aspects on the topic: mediated perception. What aesthetical and digital strategies are used? How the digitalization affects performativity and perception, considering phenomenon of communication, which is of greatest importance. I base my speech on the idea of Hans T. Lehmann, who has warned that mediated perception has led to the erosion of the act of communication because there is no experience of a connection among the individual images received and no connection between the receiving and sending of signs. We can ask, how does digital world affect communication? What we mean by the term mediation in the age of technological changes, what level they are. The traditional form of theater uses the principle of the fourth wall, which is clearly demonstrated by the theater's ramp separating the audience from the stage. Visible images encourages viewers to follow the action from a distance, expressing emotional reactions as applause. Screen is also some kind of ramp, which creates a distance. We can describe children audience having a strong influence of the screen, influence of the digital world. I mean digital platforms, communications, modalities, media, networks, information flows. There are faster, more intensive and more immersive. Mediated perception meets with different signs, symbols, emoticons, as a new everyday language which can replace direct human connections, empathy. It is possible to feel presence in the virtual space. But this does not mean spectators are not aware of its constructiveness. Oliver Grau strongly emphasizes the illusion produced by images. Immersion links often to the concept of virtual reality. And Grau contends that it is possible to be temporally completely present and submerged in the virtual world. Other scholar Lisa Wiegel thinks it is the constructiveness of the immersion that allows experiencing it as such. Wiegel believes that in a virtual space you can feel you are present, but this does not mean that the audience is not aware of its limitations. Performances create an experience for viewer. They confuse and stimulate their sensory abilities and force the viewer to rethink their sensoria. And now I speak about invisible ramps. Where are boundaries of communication process, and are there at all? In regarding to this phenomenon, scientist Schiffer Schönman uses the concept of aesthetic distance. The delicate boundary between imagination and reality is explored from the child's point of view while watching a theater performance. In playing, children are given a chance to explore their own potential, but in viewing, they are given the chance to gain the feeling of physical and mental balance as a general sense. In viewing, the child must acquire or maintain a level of self-control. Watching a play allows flexibility to respond positively or negatively, and response is intuitive. In order to be theatrically literate, the child should be trained to decipher theatrical signs and understand the rules of play and feel aesthetic distance. And the last approach to the topic, mediation, communication, I suggest ideas of Fischer-Lichte, who defines a collective bodily co-presence between actors and spectators as a prerequisite for a work constituting a performance. Fischer-Lichte describes the communication between the stage and the audience as ongoing self-sustaining feedback loop. In her opinion, feedback loop occurs in every performing arts encounter. That is an exchange between performers and spectators defined as mutually influential. She means not only a verbalized dialogue, but also an unconscious and unplanned communication. And here is a limit that a screen cannot cross, or it is hard to cross. Of course, in the case of online digital performances, feedback is on special occasion. There are attempts to get feedback from children viewers in Latvian artist performance on the Zoom platform, where actor talks to the audience directly. Performance Volume 1, Antiņš, directors Pamela Butāne and Beatrice Zaķe, occurs online, and dialogue happens between the actor and viewers when actor is asking for advice, as in some moments what her character has to do. But it is an exception, and now I will give some examples where the use of digital technologies is meaningful as a stage design. One example from abroad, opera The Little Prince at Prague National Theatre, stage director Vladimir Moravec, and animator and designer Šimon Kaudela uses digital technologies in expression of great artistical idea, the blend of illusion and reality. The production combines the multi-screen 132 small screens technique with the live acting. The large stage is curved like an oval to the viewer, and it creates a paradoxical feeling that you are actually in an illusory cosmic space. The excellent form is balanced with a clear idea, a return of little prince to his rose, and in this interpretation, return to his mother too, is similar to return from the digital world into the sensual. The final episode is played live without screen, without digital background. Another example, Romeo and Juliet performance expresses idea about flow of social media, where personality may be at risk. Performance in Latvian puppet theatre by Shakespeare for teenagers shows the situation in a railway station. Digital set underlines the opposition of internal life of personality and reality around. The constant traffic around Romeo and Juliet creates risky situation. At the same time, the characters are threatened in the similarly continuous stream of conversation in social networks. Comments that laugh at young people's feeling grow enormously that leads to heroes' suicide choices. A movement of train constructed in stage design and at the same time in digital world connects the external motion and inner point of human feelings. All movements lead to a tragedy. And the last example is Alice in Wonderland in Latvian National Theatre, directed by Inga Tropa. It offers artistic strategy for using digital technologies. Artist, scenographer Gins Gabrāns creates an immersive virtual environment which proves that it is possible to achieve the equivalent of immersion of the virtual reality. But however, the idea of performance is to show imaginative world where Alice lives, and her theater competing with digital world paradoxically lose. And conclusion. Performativity of digital technologies in the theatre for young audience is based on technologically mediated experience. It depends on a particular idea because each work of art is unique with its inner gravity mediated with specific means. Virtual world can expand the artistic expression in many ways, and children's audience perception depends on what kind of mediation we offer them. And here is a link and video about last my example, Alice in Wonderland in Latvian National Theatre. So I hope it will go now.
Re! Viss ēters ir te!
Sakiet lūdzu, kā lai es tieku tur iekšā?
Forši izrāda ar diezgan modernām projekcijām un tāda, mūsdienīga. Un, jā.
Kurš bija tāds brīdis, kas tev visspilgtāk palicis atmiņā?
Jā, laikam, ka Minecrafts.
Vai jūs lūdzu nebūtu tik laipns un nepateiktu?
Man ļoti patika tā Alise, kura tēloja visu kaut kādas. Un tur visu kaut ko darīja ar tiem brīnumiem, un viņai bija garš sapnis.
Es taču nevaru atcerēties to, kas ar mani nekad nav noticis.
Ļoti vāja atmiņa, jo tā darbojas tikai atpakaļgaitā.
Man vairāk iespējās atmiņā tā spēļu karaliene.
Galvenos akaties.
Simt kalvoreiz ar liekšērēm un simtus lodām nāktu.
Patika Alise un tas reps, kuru viņa dziedāja. Un man māsa sauc arī Alise, viņa arī pat brīnumaina ir.
Ak, vai padomājiet, ko jūs darat? Tieši pa viņu jauko darbu. deguntiņu.
Jā, tas ir liels eksperiments. Pat ja mēs mēģinātu diezgan tradicionāli salīdzinoši viņu iestudēt, tur jau ar viena sapņu plūsma brīnumi pēc brīnumiem notiek, un viņš ir ļoti filozofisks darbs.
Es neesmu es.
Nesaprotu.
Mūsdienu Alises pasaule, viņa ir neatkārtojama un īpaša un krāšņa, digitāla. Un, protams, tērpu skices atstāja iespēju par to, ka tas nebūs nekas ikdienišs un ka katram nāksies piestrādāt ne tikai ar tiem klasiskajiem aktieru instrumentiem, jo, ja tev tiek aizsakta seja, tad tev ir jāmeklē kaut kāds ļoti īpašs eksistences veids, kas, piemēram, konkrētam aktierim ir rīklis dziedāšana. Es, piemēram, nezināju, ka viņš to var darīt.
Man sagaliem esim teic klus.
Izrādē Luisa Kerela laika spēļu pasauli pārtapus mūsdienu bērniem atpazīstamākās spēļu vidēs. Iespaidīgo vizuālo tēlu veidojas mākslinieks Gins Gabrāns, kura veikums šoreiz iziet ārpus teātra zāles robežām. Ar īpašas lietotnes palīdzību brīnumzemē var nonākt arī teātra gaitiņos un pat ārpus tā. Pārsteidzošo kostīmu autora ir Madara Botmana. Tos aktieriem iedzīvināt palīdzējusi horeogrāfa Liena Grava, bet maģisku mūziku izrādē sarakstījusi komponiste Anna Ķirse.
Fantāzija tā ir viena no vissvarīgākajām vērtībām, kas mums ir. Un tā ir jākopj, lai tā taptu par aizvien lielāku un krāšņāku dārzu vai aizvien lielāku, plašāku kosmosu.
Tā tad nekas nepaliks pāri? Jā, es domāju, ka tā ir pareizā atbilde.
Linda Veinberga, Uvis Burjāns.
So it was an insight in the performance, Alice in Wonderland. Your questions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ilse. Thank you very much. Thank you actually for touching upon, I would say, very significant detail in terms of aesthetical distance. I would actually claim that in your examples, when there is this offer or promise of immersion or greater, the aesthetical kind of value, or has less resemblance with our reality or the phenomena that we actually seeing on a daily basis, I would say there's higher or greater stylization in order to have the distance, although it offers at the same time this kind of immersiveness and illusion of being included.
Yes, in my opinion, it depends of idea of director, creator of performances, what they want to say, why they use special digital means. And it could be various answers to this.
Maybe you have a short time. Maybe there's a remark, question from the audience, maybe from those who are watching us live. Well, apparently not. Thank you very much, Ilse. To our Baltic friends, colleagues, and those who are watching, just a short translation in the extract of the television. All children were praising the performance, just in case, so if you were wondering. Anyway, we're continuing with the second presentation, and I'm glad to invite virtually Mark Stislav Penkovsky from Israel, and he's representing Latvian Academy of Culture. And in his speech, he will focus on children's opera Brundibar by Hans Krasa, unique stage history and first production in Latvia. Dear Mark, glad seeing you. And
so glad to see you.
And the virtual floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much for making me a part of the conference. Thank you for inviting me to speak. I'm going to speak about the opera, which has a very special meaning for the world, and soon it will be introduced to Latvia. The opera is called Brundibar, and it was created during World War II. in the Nazi concentration camp Theresienstadt. September 23rd marked the 77th anniversary of the first performance of the children's opera Brundibar. It was written in 1938 for the Czech State Opera. Brundibar was subsequently performed 55 times by the young Jewish inmates of the Theresienstadt concentration camp in former Czechoslovakia in 1943-1944. Now you see, one moment, okay. Okay, now you see an archive photo of the final scene from Brundibar at the Theresienstadt concentration camp. Nowadays, an absolutely unique stage history has turned Brundibar into a symbol of global resistance to the authoritarian political systems and a symbol of global resistance to authoritarian regimes in the world. Due to its increasing popularity, Brundibar is being performed all over the world. Recently, this opera was staged at the Teatro Regio in Turin, the second largest music theater in Italy, at the Teatro Real, theater #1 in Spain, at the Opera de Lyon in France, and the Mariinsky Theater in St. Petersburg in Russia, the largest opera theater in Russia. And I'm going to speak on the opera's stage history and the first production of Brundibar in Latvian in 2021. At the end of 1941, the Nazis decided to establish the Theresienstadt transit concentration camp in the fortress city of Terezin, where Jews from Central Europe were held and then sent to the extermination camps of the East. During the 3.5 years of its existence, around 160,000 people were brought to Theresienstadt from Czechoslovakia, Germany, Austria, the Netherlands, Denmark, Slovakia, and other countries. For most of them, this meant being sentenced to death. The Nazis tried to conceal Theresienstadt's function as a way station on the road to death from the eyes of the international public and presented it as an idyllic place to live. They even permitted different cultural activities for the Jewish artists imprisoned here. Lectures, plays, concerts were organized. A number of operas were performed, including Tosca, Aida, Carmen, La Bohème, and Die Fledermaus, some in a concert version with piano and some fully staged with orchestra. The reality, however, was completely different. The inmates were exposed to all the hardships of the camp life, starvation, infection, and the tragic lack of medicine. In an effort to create a protective atmosphere, the adults tried to create a completely separate world for the children, where music and theater would help them to escape the terrible reality of the camp. The children's opera Brundibar by Hans Krasser, with lyrics by Adolf Hofmeister, became the most famous theater production of Theresienstadt. Brundibar was written in 1938 for the Czech State Opera for the children's choir. Brundibar is fully performed by a children's choir. The rehearsals started in 1939, but in spring 1939, Czechoslovakia was occupied by the Nazis, and by July 1943, nearly all of the children of the original chorus and the composer Hans Krasa had been transported to Terezin. Only the librettist Adolf Hofmeister managed to escape Prague in time. At the Theresienstadt, Krasa reconstructed the full score of the opera, adapting it to suit the musical instruments available in the camp. Rehearsals were constantly disrupted by the deportation of young actors to the concentration camps in the east, who were replaced by newly arrived children. After more than 2 months of rehearsals, the Terezin production of Brundibar took place on September 23rd, 1943. On average, the opera was performed once a week during the following year. What is Brundibar, and what is the significance of Brundibar today? The opera tells the story of Anyanka and Pepechek, a sister and brother. Their mother is ill and needs milk to recover, but they have no money. Anyanka and Pepechek decide to sing in the marketplace to raise the money, but the evil organ grinder Brundibar chases them away. However, with the help of a sparrow, a cat, a dog, and the children of the town, they are able to defeat Brundibar. Very simple story for kids. In fact, the simple story of the struggle against the mean and rude street musician Brundibar was used to symbolize the victory of good over evil. An opera about the triumph of the helpless children over the tyrannical organ grinder was a great success among the inmates of the camp and gave them hope for liberation. Though Adolf Hofmeister wrote the libretto before Nazi invasion, certain phrases were clearly anti-Nazi to audience. The opera was performed in Czech, and the camp authorities, the Nazis authorities, didn't understand the anti-Nazi message of the production. In 1944, the Nazis arranged a special performance of Brundibar for representatives of the International Red Cross who came to Theresienstadt in response to the growing concerns about the extermination of Jews. Trying to hide the fact of the overcrowding of Theresienstadt, the Nazis deported thousands of people to Auschwitz before the visit of the Red Cross. On June 23rd, 1944, the Red Cross delegation visited a school, a theater, a hospital, and also attended a performance of Brundibar. For the visit, the production of Brundibar was moved to the large Sokol Hall outside the ghetto, where the performers were given materials for the improvement of the set and costumes. The opera final scene was later captured in the Nazi propaganda film Theresienstadt, better known under the deceptive title The Führer Gives the Jews a City. And now we have an opportunity to watch a small part from this film with the Brundibar, the final. I need to repeat that this film was shot in the concentration camp, though we see an ordinary theater performance. But it was a propaganda tool, and it was invented especially to convince the world that everything was good at the concentration camp Theresienstadt. Brundibar on June 23rd was the last of the 55 performances in the Theresian ghetto. In the autumn 1944, composer Hans Krasser, conductor Raphael Schachter, stage designer František Zelenka, and more than 150 young actors and members of the orchestra were moved to Auschwitz and other concentration camps. 3,000 people from Theresienstadt were brought to Riga. The deportation of the musicians silenced the most popular theater production in Theresienstadt. Since the end of the war, Brundibar has gained worldwide fame, becoming a symbol of global resistance to genocide and authoritarian regimes. Brundibar is well known because of its extraordinary provenance and considered to be one of the most prominent music works about World War II. Brundibar was introduced to the English-speaking world in 1975. First German production took place in 1985. After the Paris Opera production in 1997, Brundibar is widely performed in France. At the present time, the libretto by Adolf Hofmeister has been translated into several languages. It is widely performed in English, while other translations are also available: German, French, Italian, Hebrew, Russian, Norwegian, Spanish. At the moment, a Latvian translation of Brundibar is being created. Today, Brundibar goes far beyond a common opera production. The circumstances of Brundibar's early performances have a special power and significance. It is of great importance to preserve the understanding of the horrors of war and human rights violations in order to convey the message to younger generations, which should know about these atrocities but never be witnesses of their recurrence. The modern European society needs more initiatives to play an active role in the protection of human rights. Providing information about the authoritarian regimes of the past remains essential to promoting human rights and preventing violations nowadays. Attracting attention to the problem of human rights is the mission of the Brundibar opera production worldwide. Productions of Brundibar are aimed, of course, to provide information about the authoritarian regimes of the past and present and human rights violations during World War II by the means of theater. These productions raise awareness about human rights. They help to form a new generation of people for whom human rights and individual dignity are crucial values. They promote alternatives to xenophobia, militarization, and totalitarian thinking. Today, Brundibar could be considered as a way to remember and commemorate the facts of genocide, as a way to teach children about these events, a way to learn, understand, and perceive cultural history, and as a way to discuss and establish democratic values of life. A future production will introduce this legendary opera to Latvia. Brundibar has a great significance and a very special meaning for countries with their authoritarian regimes in the past, particularly to Latvia, who faced the mass deportations of the Latvians in 1941, 1949, and lost the majority of its Jewish population in the Holocaust. The first Latvian production of Brundibar will be made for the Jūrmala Central Children's Music School in June 2021 to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the first Soviet deportation of the Latvians on June 14, 1941, when more than 15,000 inhabitants of Latvia were deported. A second mass deportation of more than 42,000 people was carried out in March 1949. At the same time, June 2021 marks the 80th anniversary of the Holocaust in Latvia. The murder of Latvian Jews began immediately after the Nazi army had entered the territory of Latvia and was completed by the end of 1941. More than 70,000 Latvian Jews, as well as Jews deported from Germany, Austria, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and other European countries were exterminated by the Nazis in Latvia. I believe that Brundibar is a very important civil and theater project. Usually it attracts a lot of people, a lot of attention. Me personally, I have staged Brundibar in Israel, in the Czech Republic, in Russia, in Estonia last year for the Russian Tallinn Theater. And I hope it will be very important for Latvia as well. I hope it will have a special meaning for Latvia. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for your presentation on Brundibar. And I wanted to combine the previous presentation made by Ilse, speaking about the emotional distance. I think in your case, when you were referring to the music by Krasa, that actually creates this kind of distance or alienation with the reality, allowing some kind of performativity to keep yourself together and preserve as some sort of an ambush. I think if here we're talking about perceptual barriers and distances. Yeah. Thank you very much, Mark. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're continuing with the third presentation, which also deals with distances in terms of initial plans and the outcome and many other circumstances during these times. So it's my great honor to introduce as the speakers Everts Melnāksnis from Latvia, who is a dramaturg, and Marta Kontiņa from Latvia, who is a producer, and both of them were working on the contemporary opera Baņuta, and they will share their experience whilst making this production. And their talk is entitled Latvian Opera Baņuta in 2020, from contemporary music theater to opera film. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dārta. Hello, yes, as Dārta said, I'm Everts Melnāksnis, music theater dramaturg, and also dramaturg of this project. My colleague producer Marta Kontiņa, and we are telling about the project that we did this summer. So the first Latvian national opera Baņuta, written in the time of Russian Empire in Latvia by Artūrs Krūmiņš, and it was a contest organized by the Latvian Society of librettos for the first Latvian opera, and therefore the topic of this opera is about Baltic history. The story takes place actually in ancient Lithuania in a place called Rāmava or Romove, which used to be a Latvian or Baltic saint place. Nowadays it's Kaliningrad. So, and it's important because for us it was one of the topics we were talking about, looking at the Eastern European region and its history, and using those motives also in our conception, in our production. The music was written by Alfred Skalniņš in 1920, still in the time of independency wars. It was very bumpy time. Yes, and the way how the music score came from Liepāja to Riga, stayed for several days on the ship because of the fight still going on in Riga. Also is some motive that we use and we thought about when we were developing our ideas. The opera was revised in year 1937 and censored by authoritarian regime of Kārlis Ulmanis, because at the time it was not clear why the first Latvian national opera is happening in Lithuania, so the name of Lithuania had to be not mentioned, and instead should be said fatherland, so fatherland, yes. And also in 1941 the opera was revised because the communistic regime ordered the authors to write a new happy ending, because in social regime people are not dying tragically. And the world premiere of the opera happened in 1920, still at the time of war, so it was very harsh conditions that under them it happened. So our production of Baņuta in year 2020, it was directed by Franziska Kronfurt, who came to Riga with her music theater collective Haun and Stechen. This music theater collective works in Berlin already about 10 years. So she came together with her colleagues Angela Braun, you see on the photo also one of the singers, with the scenographer Lotta Hench, and also one of performance Gina. Yes, and the collaboration happened between this German ensemble and Latvian participants as musicians, singers, actors, production team. The production of Baņuta is, I think, good example of contemporary music theater. It is characterized by post-dramatic approach. It means that we worked very freely with the material, with this melodramatic story. It was very performative because many things happened on the spot, and also it was thought that the staging or the production would be very much happening at the moment. And it's the construction of the music score, because if in dramatic theater we see that the text has been already for a long time not anymore that central, therefore we talk about post-dramatic aesthetics, then in opera, especially in big opera houses, it's not easy to do the construction of the music score. The music score is still pretty saint and holy, because the resources that are needed to make a really real opera production is very big. Therefore, no too many experiments with that. So the topics of the opera, as I already said, it's the narrative is built on national romantic motives, taken also from Polish some novel of 19th century. And these were the things that we used also, pagan rituals and Baltic or Latvian folklore. But then also there came other topics that we wanted to maybe radically show, and it's, for example, woman as the other, as the victim and sacrifice, because Banyuta is saved from some war zone, taken to a new place, and there she is said to be guilty of her groom being killed. Wars and terrors of the 20th century that happened in Baltic region is one of the topics, and we say our thesis is that the society of ours and also the society of the opera story is a post-traumatic society because of the regimes that our several nations had in 20th century. Yes, we were inspired by the book The Unwomanly Face of War by Svetlana Alexievich, where the experiences of the women who fought in the Second World War on the side of Soviet army are told, and these stories are sad because after the war this experience was not, it was marginalized, it was despised because the women in war, it wasn't accepted in society after the war. Of course, national culture, nationalism, nationalistic art it was a topic that we were thinking about because Banyuta was used as a propaganda tool. Firstly, when it was written on stage, because the opera showed that the Latvian new state is now built, established, and the opera was a sign of it. Afterwards, as I told already, there were censorship, and also the Soviet regime used it to show its legitimacy. Please, Marta.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll talk a bit about the processes of production, also some challenges we faced. The production was financed by Goethe Institute, State Cultural Capital Foundation, and VV Foundation, and produced independently by Societies and Socie and production company Story Hub. So we didn't have this institutional background that could maybe support us in the challenging times that we faced in the spring. So initially, the plan was to have the premiere in May, but as we all know, that in March we had to take some difficult, hard decisions, and very, very shortly before the team arrived in Riga, we had to shut down the production, and we already knew that we really don't want to reschedule the production to some unknown time. We also had some restrictions from our financial supporters who really encouraged us to come up with something for this year. There was various ideas how to do it. For example, there was a virtual experience idea that we could develop for online audiences, 360 videos, interactive online production also. But of course, COVID unfortunately didn't give us additional budget, and we had to still keep in what we had, maintain what we had. So we decided to go with opera film, simultaneously produced together with the stage production, as we initially were planning. So in July, when the team arrived, the first week we spent really getting to know the material, but afterwards the rest of the time was divided in 8 parts because we had budget only for 8 filming days, so that really restricted us how we can go forward. So we had 8 parts, and we were rehearsing and simultaneously also filming. Of course, if we look from the let's say usual experience how the films are produced, 8 days is just a crazy amount of days. Usually we would need at least 20. But at the same time, this is a hybrid form. It's not a film in a classical sense of cinematic experience. And also historically, if we look at opera films that have been produced, they oftentimes were filmed in the filming pavilion, in decorations. So it is in a way a form where theater meets cinema. So, and also in our case, we were still using the decorations that were done for the stage production, but also some scenes were filmed outside. We were also on location. Also the reason, of course, why we decided to go with this idea with opera film was for us to broaden the audience, because initially the plan was to have 5 performances in May in Tallinn Street Quarter, which accepts maybe around 200 people in the audience, so actually very limited audience. And with opera film we really hope that it will be a way how to take this opera from maybe the podium and bring it to the broader audiences. That's why we are also creating an educational program. I will talk about that in a bit later. Also, of course, this experience and this production faced some challenges during the production. One of that was the diversity of the team, I would say. From one point of view, of course, it is a great opportunity to bring together people from different fields, from theater, from film, from let's say event production even, but at the same time it was a challenge, because the approach which konferenču Techen takes, it's a lot of improvisation and a lot of unknown circumstances. So we had initially some challenges how to effectively bring the team together so they feel comfortable, they feel listened to. So we really worked and spent time on some team building activities, where we spent some time after the shooting days, for example, where everyone was given the floor to express themselves, including I don't know, production assistants, for example, or technical workers, so that really we understand where we are and how we can go forward. So and at the end, I think it was really a good result, because I feel that we had a very close team and everyone was really involved and passionately involved. So that was the challenge, but in a way it was also, of course, a gain that we got through the process. And another thing, of course, is now in the editing process where we are at the moment. The challenge is to find the balance between music and action, I would say, because the way how we filmed was we had live music recording, so that of course also gives some challenges, because music sometimes leads over the action. So how to come up with the sequences and the story so that it sticks together. But I'm very happy that we have a great editing team, also with experience in music, with music education. That was also a very conscious decision. We wanted to find someone who can edit, who can actually read the partiture, score of the music. So and it really works that way. So I'm hopefully it will work very well. So Everts will continue about the aesthetics, what we have done.
So firstly, aesthetics of theater production. It was thought already at the beginning that we will have very site-specific setting. It's a garage at the Tallinn Street Quarter, an industrial space. A powerful visuality that konferenču Techen always have, and also a real-time video. So it means that on the stage there will be a real-time video while the production is going on, and it means that when we were making a film, we would have to we had to put them together, the two filming layers. Also device theater methodology and process-oriented creation, the construction of the narrative, where we put new stories, for example, motives of Svetlana Alexievich, or information about Lithuania, or some songs which are not included in the music score, but are written, for example, by the Alfred Skalnigs, the composer, or also some other music. Also, the text of libretto was sometimes played out as theater scenes. The language and the aesthetics of this libretto is, of course, I may say, old-fashioned and pretty melodramatic. So it gave some colors and sometimes also some comic situations to play them out. We had several languages, for example, because in the music score from 1950s, there's this text adjusted to the music in, of course, in Latvian, but also in Russian, German, and French. And the combination, as I already said, this melodramatic and dramatic, tragic, the comic paradox, and the also political, those all layers we had there. And talking about music, we had basic piano score, 5 musicians instead of the orchestra, 10 or 12 singers instead of a choir, and also reduced solo ensemble. That about theater. Now about the opera film. It meant that we didn't want to make a film, but we wanted to keep this this aesthetics, this feeling of theater piece. So the length and the rhythm of the theater scenes were kept. Of course, usage of cinematographic conditions and also opportunities. For example, silent scene or silent cinema or green screen technique that you will see soon. Because of the camera, we could do more intimate performance. But I think if we would have only the theater performance, we would still use it with the real-time video. Yes, as Marta already mentioned, editing mostly depends on the music score because we can't cut in the middle of aria. Aria should be sung until the end, so it is difficult. Yes, we could include scenes from outside world, as you see some scenes in the forest. And maybe
just super quickly about the
video, yeah?
Okay. About the education program. So what we are planning right now is hopefully we will have a premiere quite soon, probably in the beginning of next year. Of course, we are all facing the circumstances of COVID. Let's see how it goes. But when we have the premiere, we are planning to have various like event series that would also be supported with a series of videos, educational videos that would touch the themes of the opera. We would also create interactive methodological material for schools so that students can use this material to also get to know the historical topics, for example. So hopefully that when we have the premiere, we will also be able to expand and have this help the audience to understand the themes better and to work with them closer. Yeah.
And now I would like to show some examples of the videos. Could the technical team help me a bit? Thank you. So just short examples of different scenes. I will start with the scene which tells about the rape of Yargala, of girl Yargala. Yeah, thank you. Yes. So, what is specific about it? It's about merging together interior and exterior and using tableau vivant technique to avoid reproduction of rape. I hope the music is on, yes? Okay.
No jaunās meitras ļauni pelt, lec augšās strauji sāslējies, aiznīka novākā reibī.
Zeigt sich kühl nach außen, nach Zornesbeben, es senset.
Gaida das līdz brīdis nāk ar Jargā.
So the next one, how does it work? The next one is a scene where we see the parts of the libretto spoken and also new text written and site-specific aspect of the Tallinnas quartier.
tuvojas. Es dzirdu tās čukstus koku lapotnē.
Jā, jau pusnakts klāt, bet tev nav jābaidās. Es esmu pie tevis, es tev mīlu, es palikšu pie tevis.
Viņš, es negribu tev pazaudēt kā visus savus mīļotos. Saki vēl, ka mīli mani, saki vēl, ka mīli mani.
Savu vilni kā debes savu cidru. Kā Ieva Lakstīgals dziesmu, tā es tev mīlu, Baņuta.
Es nevaru tev zaudēt. Šī visa melodrāma.
So, and I should say that the material is still in development, so it's not perfect, if we talk about sound and such things. So another example is the silent movie aesthetics that we use. Let's go further and the conclusion. So it's somewhere here. Yes, please.
Okay, so very quickly to finish some conclusions. First of all, the emergence of different storytelling forms, artists really quickly adapted to the new form, and although we had challenges in the beginning, in the end everyone really appreciated that they had this opportunity to work in such unusual circumstances and untraditional form. At the same time, this kind of production wouldn't really be possible pre-COVID era, and in a way I would say that COVID has helped us to actually expand the project and to look for new forms, and without that we would probably still just maintain the traditional stage production form. And usually these kind of genres, like the opera genre, asks for the big stage and big productions and background of institutions. So, but at the same time, I think with this case we prove that it can be created in a smaller scale without losing the artistic goals and the artistic ambitions. And that untraditional location also gives us actually access to broader audiences, to attract audiences that never go maybe to the traditional opera houses. And in Latvia, there are actually no, let's say, real financial mechanisms which support interdisciplinary projects. And I'm here talking more about like interdisciplinary stage productions. Of course, we have some programs also in State Culture Capital Foundation, but it's not really working in the support of these kind of projects. So one of the future probably areas where to expand would be to find ways how to bring these kind of projects more often into the scene in Latvia, because what we really saw how valuable and how appreciated it was also from the side of artists that they had the opportunity to participate. That's it from me. And
yes, about as you see, it's very, I would say, innovative aesthetics for Latvian scene. It is radical reinterpretation of national treasure. For that, many were afraid or had fear to work with because of the traditions. And it is a production of a new opera film in Latvia. I would say a rare, maybe a unique case. So thank you very much for your attention. May I show a short video as a farewell of this conference still? Very short farewell. Very short. I just invite you to laugh because this was the topic of the film. And Dine is playing the king.
Šī ir mīlestības birs. Apstājieties. Vai jūs jūtat?
Jā, es jūtu, es drīkstu mīlēt. Jā, es jūtu, es drīkstu mīlēt.
cēls, nāc, 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 sapnī mans tik brīnum cēls, nāc, 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 nāc.
Lemaniet, tevi svešnieku lūgti lūdzu.
So thank you very much for your attention and have a good afternoon.
Thank you, Martin Everts. Thank you very much for your delightful insight whilst making both the contemporary opera and opera film and the education actually project as well. I actually am very thrilled, looking forward to see what will happen, and hoping that your attempt of combining numerous mediums actually reappearing or having this remediated essence of the same artistic text will reach wider audience, which is, I think, not only a great issue and problem in Latvia, but also in our neighboring countries, of how you could, by doing the same thing, enter through other mediums, especially younger generation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the prince is clapping. Dear all, this was the final presentation for the second session, and maybe some among those who are present would like to share conclusional remark or insight, or maybe felt stopped or whilst wanting to make a remark or commentary, because I think we have walked a great path in terms of the semiotics of the virus itself, actually building up the identity of statistics in our neighboring countries, and looks like Anneli will have a remark.
Hello. So I would like to come back to the beginning of the today's session and say that it was already marked today that actually the minimal condition of theater or performance is spectators and audiences sharing the same space. And I think that now, during the era of technology and COVID, of course, this kind of minimal condition or agreement between performers and spectators could be somehow broken. And for me, actually, it's a phenomenological question that when spectators and performers don't share the space, is it still theater or is it still performance? And that's why it's, of course, it's not very polite to praise your countrymen, but I think in this sense, Electron is really interesting experiment, because they are really even trying, nevertheless, to bring spectators and audiences together into the same room. And I think that there are so many different modifications between this kind of sharing the physical space and also creating the feeling through technology that you are sharing actually some kind of virtual, half physical space and so on. So I think that all the papers today have somehow tackled the issue, what kind of media we could use to create the feeling that we are sharing, the space, the energy, the ideas, and so on. So thank you very much for all presenters.
Thank you, Anneli. Yeah. And actually, I would like to end the conference with a great observation by Anneli, that basically during these times we're trying to figure out and define the minimum, what defines our relationship, especially in theatrical or performative circumstances. In which kind of situations we can talk about performance, and what kind of spaces allow us to feel or think about experiencing theatrical phenomena, etc. Thank you once again very much. Thanks also to those who were watching us on live stream on Facebook and other platforms. And I would like to invite you all to join. And My colleague Laume is just commenting that the recording of conference will be available on the Academy of Culture's website and YouTube, and as well as Kroder's internet magazine as well. Yeah. Yeah, and as it was just added that at 30 minutes past 4 p.m. The presentation of Bookazine will happen as well and will be visible online, as I was just informed. Thank you. And as I was mentioned, all recordings will be available on Latvian Academy of Culture platforms, YouTube homepage, and tomorrow at 10:30, everyone is invited to listen to the discussion on the relationship of theater and audiences in next 100 years, when we will imagining our future and what will be ahead of us. And the speakers for discussion will be Anneli Sāro, Hedilis Dome, Paul Peak, Maija Paulo, Walter Sīlis, Lauma Melāna Bartkeviča, and myself. And to those, a small remark, who will experience the White Lady at 10 a.m., please take with yourself headphones, just to enjoy and appreciate the music. So I assume that I have mentioned everything, and thank you all, and see you later or in nearest future. Thank you.
Labdien, mīļie kolēģi, kas mūs vēro tiešsaistē, labdien, cienījamie klātesošie, labdien, Baltijas Foruma viesi. Es ļoti priecājos jūs sveikt šodien, kad mēs esam, jāsaka, varbūt knapi vēl ielikuši vai pēdējā vagonā, vai arī vēl iespraugušies pat ciet krītošo durvju šķirbu, lai varētu satikties un parunāt par teātru un mākslu. Šodien mums ir arī vēl viens īpašs notikums, ko tūlītās arī veiksim, bet patiesībā es gribētu novēlēt jums, kas atbraucāt, izbaudīt šīs dienas Rīgā. Mums, kas vēl iet uz teātri un vēl spēlē, izbaudīt tos mirkļus un gūt lielu prieku par to, ko mēs daram, tāpat arī visiem skatītājiem.
Hello everyone, we are really happy to see you here, both those who are watching us virtually and those who are present here. We feel extremely lucky for the opportunity to catch the last train. And we have a very special event today, which we will celebrate a bit later. And I wish you all luck. I wish our guests to enjoy Riga these days. And yes, I think that was all, more or less.
Baltijas Drāmas fórums ik pa 3 gadiem atgriežas Rīgā, un tāpēc mēs negribējām šo iespēju laist garām šogad. Fórums notiek sadarbībā ar Kultūras akadēmiju. Un lielu paldies jāsaka visiem atbalstītājiem, īpaši 100 birojiem, arī Kultūru kapitāla fondam, Teātra darbinieku savienībai, kuru es šobrīd prezentēju, visiem cilvēkiem, kas pielika roku, lai mēs varētu šeit satikties un izbaudīt šīs dienas.
We would also like to say big thanks to everyone who contributed to making this project happen, especially all our cooperation partners and funders, the State Cultural Capital Foundation and also the Association of Latvian Theatre. Thank you.
Un iesākumā es vēlos dot vārdu Latvijas kultūras ministrijas, Latvijas Republikas kultūras ministrijas valsts sekretāra vietniekam Uldim Zariņam. Viņš mums pievienosies tiešsaistē.
And now we would like to proceed to listening to the deputy secretary of the to the deputy of the state secretary of the Ministry of Culture of Latvia, Uldis Zariņš.
Jā, labdien, paldies, liels prieks būt kopā ar jums. Zinot, ka auditorija šodien mums ir starptautiska, es labprāt arī savu uzrunu teikšu uzreiz angļu mēlē, lai nenodarbinātu lieku tulkus. Dear participants and guests of Baltic Drama Forum, on behalf of Minister of Culture, Mr. Nauris Puntulis, I want to congratulate you in this very important day. The last decade has been a time of fundamental shift for Latvian theatre. It can be said that during recent years, a new face, a new identity of Latvian theatre of 21st century has emerged. And this is why this new publication of this intriguing formats, Bukazain, reflecting the new developments in Latvian theatre, is of really big importance and interest also to international audience. First of all, during the last decade, Latvian theatre has significantly rejuvenated as a result of influx of young talent and energy. There is now a generation of talented theatre directors and actors who have graduated the Latvian Academy of Culture, coming in the scene and creating new, exciting theatre experiences. Theatre has become more independent in all meanings of the term and has conquered new stages. It has become commonplace for theatre to venture out of the usual theatre venues and follow the actors to suburbs of the city, to forests, waterfronts. Also, both the limitations introduced by pandemic and the swift development of technology has given the modern theatre new digital and multimedia means of expression and instruments for dialogue with spectators, significantly changing the face of modern theatre. Spectators are also being introduced to new subject areas, often requiring that audience leaves its comfort zone and changes its traditional perception of what theatre is. During the last decades, Latvian theatres have done a lot to find new ways to develop a dialogue with society and to speak about important, even uncomfortable social and political topics. Theatres are inviting their audiences to apprehend the times we are living in, question ourselves if we want to be just passive observers of current events or if we want to be active participants in social processes. Latvian theatres are inviting their spectators to get involved. They are fostering understanding of different societal groups and their perspectives, their feelings, and thus contributing to increased mutual understanding between different groups of society and social cohesion. The spotlight, however, the central topics for theatres still remains what it has always been since ancient times, to study and to understand the internal workings of a human being. Theatres invite us to take an introspective look at ourselves, to evaluate our choices we make in an age when everyone has his opinion. They remind us of importance to listen to others, to understand those whose opinions differ from ours, so that the society can keep functioning on a basis of tolerance and mutual respect. No other medium can talk about these issues and approach the human soul in such a personal and engaging way. I am certain that the new book design will allow to put the processes currently taking place in Latvian theatre in the context of Baltic, European and world theatre. We are no longer operated in an isolated territory. We are operating in a global open world, and the creators of Latvian theatre of 21st century have helped Latvian theatre to get more contextualized in the world's context. And for this, I would especially like to thank today the Latvian Academy of Culture for preparing the new forces coming in the Latvian theatre scene, the Latvian New Theatre Institute for widening our borders and fostering new creative impulses, and of course all the specialists of the theatre for giving us access to preparing this valuable publication, which I'm sure you all will enjoy and read with interest. So all the best with this important forum, and have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Hello again today, in presence and in distance. Those who are here with me to share this very important moment, at least for me and I guess for everybody sitting here. And thank you, Minister of Culture, thank you, Uldis Zariņš, for your speech. It is really important to have this evaluation and to get known that we are noticed. Well, sorry for being more emotional than in the morning, because it is a very personal moment for me as an editor of this volume, Contemporary Latvian Theatre, a Decade Bookazine, 2010-2020. We hoped that it will be a valuable item to share, not only among Baltic countries, but also in wider area, where English is lingua franca, where our readers that can read in English about Latvian theatre. And today is the day when we are presenting the ready volume. And from Monday, we will be distributing the electronic volume of this book. The book is available, will be available free of charge to anyone who would like to read it. And all this has been possible to different circumstances that came across during actually the latest years. Today I will thank everybody who has participated in this project. And I must say that this has been a very, very, very fast project in terms of how books are written nowadays. And I will probably share the very beginnings, and then I will go by turn to everybody who has any merits in this book. I will start with the idea. And I have to admit that the idea was born in Lithuania when I was in the theater festival Teātris in Klaipēda. It was May last year. And Lithuanian colleagues Ramona Balevičiūtė and Ramona Marcinkevičiūtė presented their book Contemporary Lithuanian Theatre. The book contained 6 portraits of distinguished Lithuanian stage directors and several articles that covered theater process in Lithuania. And I was very excited about the volume because really we are like this Baltic bubble probably and all our Baltic community, but still we do have a certain language barrier. And although we exchange information quite a lot in conferences, personally and elsewhere, we really need these publications to know what is going on, to know how it is reflected, and to have a certain analysis of theater process. And so the Lithuanian book was a source of inspiration, and it was the moment of envy and the moment of hope that we Latvians also can have one day. But it was, I was asking our Lithuanian colleagues how long did it take, and they said about 2 years. And I knew that in 2020 there will be a Baltic Drama Forum in Riga. And then I thought, no, we don't have 2 years. And I was still not very convinced that I can manage it, and then we all together, that I can bring together the team, that I can bring together editorial board. And well, it turned out that the funding was needed as well. And Ramona said to me, you have to be very fast. And I said, I will. And today I can say that it really, the time, including COVID time, passed very fast in terms of this project. I approached the authors. Among them were distinguished Latvian theater critics and theater makers, because I strongly believe that we are steering the same boat. I strongly believe we are in the same community, despite sometimes there seems to be a gap between theater makers and theater critics. And I think that the reflections that theater makers can bring also in written text are enriching the academic environment with their fresh thoughts, with their creativity, and the quotes that we are using in our presentations often come out of their mouth. And the next step was the editorial board. And here I have to emphasize the cooperation between theater critics of Latvia of different generations, different backgrounds. And here I will open the title page of the book is in, and everybody who will read it can read it, that our editorial board consisted of Professor Valdi Čakara of Latvian Academy of Culture. It consisted of distinguished theater critic Guna Zeltiņa. It consisted of the young emerging theater critic Ieva Rodiņa and myself. So we worked together to make this concept happen. This couldn't have been accomplished without authors. Actually, it's a strange situation when you are presenting a book where you haven't written a line, actually. Well, I wrote the preface and I compiled the director's voices, but I didn't manage to write an article. I would have liked to have been written an article about musical theater or opera, which is my subject of research, but being in charge of the project, I wasn't able to, so the next compendium could be about musical theater then. I deeply thank people who trusted me in this very crazy idea to bring this out very fast. And in first turn, I have to thank the Theatre Labour Association and Daiga Gaismiņš personally, because she trusted me, she trusted this idea, and she helped this idea come true through the Ministry of Culture, through various projects we wrote to State Capital, State Foundation Cultural Capital, and also the Centenary Office, who helped us a lot. And only in community, only together, we can achieve something that valuable. One more person I have to thank personally for this adventure, I would say, and risk she took, is the director of the publishing house Zinātne, the editorial that publishes scientific monographs. Because I strongly believe that despite the glamorous, a little bit glamorous look, our publication is valuable academically. And I thank Ingrid Segliņa and publication house Zinātne, who were our intermediaries and who is our publishing house in this case. And nothing would be achieved without authors. Our compendium contains overview of the last decade in Latvian theatre. It contains various subjects, various styles. Sometimes probably you would wonder why articles differ so much, but I strongly believe that our individual authors, our individual styles are also part of our theatre process. So I will begin with the authors, and I will name the titles of the articles because Bookazine is coming out today and not everybody is familiar with the contents. So we start with a chapter Theatre Processes that contains several articles by Latvian theatre critics. The first article is written by Zana Radzobe, Theatre and Society, Socio-Political Processes and Their Portrayal in Latvian Theatre of the 21st Century. And I really appreciate Zana's contribution. Please would you come to receive a book and a flower with 2 meters distance as it is allowed. The second article is a co-work, and a very nice example of co-work, which is not very common in Latvian theatre critics. And it is an article called New Performance Spaces and Redefinition of the Relationship Between Performers and Audience Members in 21st Century Latvian Theatre. Authors are Professor Valde Čakare and Ieva Rodiņa. Unfortunately, no one of them are present here today. I send my greetings, my deepest thanks, both my colleagues who worked also in the editorial board, with authors, with the edition of the text, and with all the work involved in this valuable project. Thank you very much. The third article is very related to the subject of the conference of today, to the digital age, to the digital theatre, and namely the Latvian theatre in the digital age, written by Vēsma Lēvalde, the researcher from Liepāja University. Thank you very much. I know you're watching us live. The next title comes about newcomers. Uldis Zariņš spoke about the new generations, about new shifts and breakouts. And the article that covers the newcomers in Latvian theatre directing, the new generations and forms of theatre making, and this subject is covered by Ieva Rodiņa, the Baltic Drama Forum guest. Everybody knows her, and she's also watching us online, I'm sure. Greetings, thank you very much. Although today's theatre sometimes claim to be something else than text, text is still important. However, the strategies and methods how the theatre text is created have changed. And we have a wonderful article, Methods of Text Production in Latvian Contemporary Theatre, written by Līga Ulberta. Līga is here today with us, Latvian Academy of Culture. Thank you. And Latvian Academy of Culture is continuing to be here. Zane Kreitsberga, the very heart of Latvian Academy of Culture and Performing Arts, is the author of the article called Theatre Education in Latvia, Traditions and Challenges. Zane, please come here. Congratulations. Performance genre is something still marginal in theatre processes, probably. However, I think the diversity is what enriches the process, and we have a person who has written a wonderful article about liminality in performance in between threshold states, Laine Kristberga, and she is also one of the translators of the texts into English. I really thank for your work and cooperation. Thank you very much. Since I have started to mention translators, we have other wonderful translator living in the United States, Inte Ivanovska. Thank you also for bringing the text into English, because it's not an easy text, and we really, really appreciate your work. Contemporary dance and all the issues related to contemporary dance in today's Latvian theatre. There are many very nice aspects, and there are some challenges, I would say. And therefore, we have a particular chapter that is called Case Study, written by a wonderful curator and dance critic, Inte Balode, and it is really a case study, because what Inte did, methodologically, she approached young Latvian choreographers with interviews, and her article is published under the title Towards Invisible Choreography. Inte, thank you. I hope you're watching us online. As you might feel, we are entering in the space of theatre makers instead of theatre describers. And Krista Burāne is a very special stage director on Latvian scene. And she is also very special in her written thoughts. And the chapter that is called Inside Out provides an insider's view on theatre process, particularly on contemporary theatre process related to the contemporary theatre festival Homo Novus. And I hope Krista is watching us from Cēsis. I send you greetings and deepest thanks for your contribution. I'm sure all the readers will enjoy it with the drawings, with all your interesting thoughts and overviews, and the Homo Novus gaze at the world, which is the title of your publication. Thank you. We are celebrating Baltic Drama Forum here today. And the volume wouldn't be that good, that nice, without neighbor's perspective. The chapter that is called Neighbor's Perspective contains 2 contributions by theater critics from neighboring countries, Lithuania and Estonia. And I'm really proud that we managed to accomplish this idea. And I really think that this idea is worth to continue to include this view from a side. What we really need sometimes, that somebody which is not belonging to this local national bubble is telling something from a side. I deeply thank Edgars Klīvis for his publication that is called Difference in Repetition in Classical National Drama in Latvian and Lithuanian Theatre. Thank you for your comparative perspective. I hope you're watching online. And from Estonia, we have a wonderful essay by theater critic Meelis Oitsalu, who I hope also is watching us online, and who provides a critical perspective on Latvian theater, on different functions of theater, and his article is called The Multifunctionalism of Contemporary Theater in Latvia. Few examples. There is analysis and comments on few examples. Meelis has seen last year being part of our foreign experts group that is working in Performers Night Showcase. Thank you very much. This was all for articles in this compendium. But there's also some things we have added to the concept. And we entered in a space that is normally closed for public. And it is the creative lab of modern theater maker, who can be the author of the text, who can be the author of the production, who can be the author of the concept, and who can be the performer himself. Jānis Balodis. And I can't call you either that theater maker because you are so multifunctional. Thank you very much for your article. Text means anything, text means nothing. So we have had this perspective in the laboratory, how the text is created in today's theater. And Jānis is giving us even more. He's making a dialogue with himself in several decades. So it is a very, very interesting perspective. Latvian theater has many bright personalities. We have in our book a material which was initially planned as a discussion, as a presence, in-person discussion among Latvian theater directors. Unfortunately, the pandemic and the emergency state announced in March stopped this idea that we could bring 7 Latvian stage directors around the table to discuss. And Zoom at that time was still taking the first steps in conquering the audiences in Latvia. Therefore, we made a compilation, the answers to questions about theater in the age of changing rules. And here I have to thank all the stage directors that have agreed to participate and share their ideas about what is going on currently in theater processes. And they are Elmārs Seņkos, Regnārs Vaivars, Inga Tropa, Vladislavs Nestafševs, Valters Sīlis, Klaavs Mellis, and today several times mentioned Alvis Hermans. Thank you very much. As you will see, or as you can see, those who have the book in their hands, There are photographs of recent productions of Latvian theaters over the past decade. So I deeply thank all involved, all Latvian theater companies for their credit of the photographs from their publicity archives, that we are able to share images from the productions. Thank you all theaters, all collaborators who made this possible, and all authors of photographies as well. Reader can find also basic information. We have not had time to gather that extensive data as Estonian and Lithuanian presenters today in the conference who presented the statistics of theaters. But we decided also to include the basic information of Latvian theaters at the end of the compendium. It contains such facts as number of seats, for instance, and financing sources, and some artistic interests and perspectives, and some important names and productions over the past decade. For information, and a person who is a theater person can make some conclusions only reading these informational pages at the very end. Last but not least, there is a blank page in our book. There was an article planned about the education of Latvian theater critics. Unfortunately, the author of the publication suddenly passed away in April this year. It is Professor Silvija Radzoba, and until the very last moment, I hoped that this publication will be written. Unfortunately, the almighty stage director above us had different plans, and therefore, not at the end of the bookazine, but in the middle, where the article was planned, there is a blank page and few words dedicated to that topic that was not covered. And I really hope that there is another person who could cover this subject. At this very moment, I don't see who could write this better than Silvija Radzoba. However, she wouldn't have liked that we mourn here, so enjoy and read about her personality, her contribution, and what she means to Latvian theater critics. I don't know when I will receive the first feedback. I can probably judge, but so far I have the best proofreader, bilingual Latvian English. Amanda Zaiska, greetings if you are watching us online. Thank you very much for your work. And I have to say that our book is peer-reviewed. It is a thing which is of value in academic circles. And I thought that the book wouldn't be that valuable if we wouldn't have the peer reviewers. We have three peer reviewers representing each of the Baltic states. It is Ramune Balevičiūtė from Lithuania, from Music and Theatre Academy Vilnius. It is Anneli Saro, professor of University of Tartu, and theatre critic Edita Tišheizere, representing the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Arts of Latvian University. And Anneli Saro is today here with us, sharing this event, and I would like to give the floor to share maybe some moments you have experienced from the very first impression to the final impression.
just wanted to unmask myself in front of the cameras to give the sign that we are all masked here. So thank you for this opportunity to speak. First, I would like to create a little bit broad context for the book, because people involved with the educational field probably know the program, Erasmus program for exchange of students and teachers and staff members. And actually many of my colleagues have asked that why we think that sending our students and teachers abroad is a good idea. What is behind of the claim that that is also stated by the Ministry of Estonian Education, Estonian Ministry of Education and Science, that all students should spend at least one semester abroad. What kind of use do we hope to gain from this exchange? And of course, quite soon we understand that the question is not in this that we don't have the knowledge at home. Maybe this is also true, but actually this kind of hidden and much broader aim of the Erasmus program is social and maybe also political, because we hope that when our students study abroad, that they gain some kind of this kind of European mentality. They make friends abroad and they network and they really create this kind of common European space. So actually I know that there are also several people who are quite skeptical about the Baltic Theatre Festival or the Baltic Theatre Forum. Because why to be Baltic when we can be just international? What kind of use we gain from this special festival? And since I have been a big fan of Latvian theatre exactly for 17 years, when I first saw some of the productions by Alvis Hermanis and have been coming back here, then I still think that we also sometimes need to stress this Baltic bubble, these geographical and also historical ties that tie us together. And as literary scholars of Baltic countries, they have published a companion titled, Do We Have Something in Common? So I have to say that when reading this book, of course, I had this special interest also that do we have something in common? Because since I'm living in southern Estonia, of course, Riga is a historical capital of southern Estonia and Livonia called. So for me, of course, Riga is also very geographically quite close place. So, and I had the privilege to read the book or the manuscript before printing, and just want to report you what I found especially interesting and valuable in this book. First of all, I already said that actually I think that it's also interesting, at least for Baltic people, to compare. Do we have something in common? And I found, of course, that actually we have quite a lot in common, but also there are a lot of differences between the theatre systems and theatre lives in our countries. But also considering the international reader, then I also think that the book actually bridges with international context, because many articles start with theoretical investigations, really trying to connect this kind of European or international approach to contemporary theatre and creating some kind of framework, international framework, and putting Latvian theatre into this international framework. So making the understanding of the Latvian theatre relatively easy. So I really appreciated that. And also another aspect that I also appreciated was that actually the book presents really diverse genres, of academic genres and popular genres. So it's interesting to read in which way we can actually talk about theatre. There are like scientific articles, essays, interviews, and so on, including photos and drawings, of course. I think that the book actually creates also social and political and also cultural ties between different countries. And I really congratulate you for the achievement doing the book so fast and so well. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And there is one person who is at least 50% of the result. I really would like she would be sitting here among us, and you, everybody who is sitting here, would congratulate. It is our designer, artist, and layout maker, Ieva Upmace. I hope you are watching us online. I feel really a pity that you couldn't come today, but I deeply understand your circumstances because everybody today has his own circumstances. But I have to say it publicly, I will do also behind the scenes, that you are the ever greatest friend and designer I know, because we were in touch 24/7 for the last days until the layout was made. None of us believed that it would have been achieved until 15th of October. We did it. At 9, we passed the manuscript to the publishing house. Thank you very much. And now I thank everybody being present here and being present somewhere else virtually. I really hope the book reaches everybody who wants to read it, and everybody will access it as electronic issue. Please contact me or contact Latvian Theatre Labour Association. We will distribute it for you, and I will put information in Baltic Drama Forum homepage and Latvian Culture Academy homepage where it can be downloadable. Thank you for watching us. Come back tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the next day of Baltic Drama Forum. Viss mums jāatvērt.